Lisa, you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you, Mayor.
Shane, you ready? Okay. Having reached the hour of 6:10, I'll call the meeting to order, and also like to remind everybody that, as all meetings are, that it's being recorded, and you can watch it afterwards. Tonight's invocation will be given by Ron Bishop, our Chief Technologist, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Camila Ortiz, a fifth grade student in Wrightson Ridge Elementary School. Ron?
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council members. Let us begin tonight's meeting with a prayer. Heavenly Father, you have so many names. The Torah calls you Creator. The Quran calls you Peace. The Gita calls you Destroyer. The Dharma calls you Truth. Quantum theory calls you the Great Link. Yes, Father, even modern science has a name for you. My favorite name of yours is from St. John's first epistle to the early Christian church. For God is love, and those that abide in love abide in God, and God in them. Such a powerful statement written in as few words as possible. So much of humanity has a common trust, a basic faith in you, that one would think this would join us together. Our common belief that all beings should be well, happy, and free from suffering should also create a familiar bond. Unfortunately, Father, we humans get tied up in the semantics of how to practice our faith and how to offer each other peace. We sometimes think that our way is the best way, possibly the only way. However, St. John was very clear in his words. He didn't insist on going to church on Sunday or not eating meat during Lent. He didn't add any disclaimers or stipulations. He didn't get bogged down in semantics. He kept it simple, knowing there is grace in simplicity. Father, tonight let us remember St. John's words as we deliberate the future of our community. We thank you for all the blessings you've bestowed on us. May all beings be well, happy, and free from suffering. In all your names we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Rod. Appreciate it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Great job. And thanks to your parents for supporting you in this effort. Appreciate it, and family. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll?
Councilmember Gillespie.
Here.
Councilmember Lisk.
Here.
Councilmember Lisk, I see you. Thank you.
Hear me here?
Thank you. Councilmember Lytle.
Here.
Councilmember Morales. Councilmember Priolo.
Here.
Vice Mayor Egbert. Absent. Mayor Murphy.
Thank you.
Quorum
Here.
present.
Appreciate it. And that wasn't an angel from a high. That's one of our council members, Kim Lisk, who's calling in virtually. Tonight, we have more than we usually do. We have 3 presentations and 3 proclamations. We'll begin with the presentations with the ESGR award to the Sahuarita Police Department. Mr. Venters, Darren, will be emceeing for us, and then we'll go to a presentation by Matt Rowland with the Deputy Director of SACA, Southern Arizona Arts and Cultural Alliance, provide a year-end review and announce the winners of our Sahuarita photography contest. And then we'll hear a presentation on the APRA awards, that's the Park and Recreation Awards for the state. And then I'll be issuing 3 proclamations: an anti-fall awareness month, a fire prevention month, and a cybersecurity awareness month. So at this time, Darren, I already lost, there you are. Second.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to honor you and the police department with the great things that you have done. I want to take just a moment and introduce some ESGR members we have in the audience. We have John Chernosky, who's been a member for a number of years, Rick Palmatier, who is our state chair, and Rusty Orvik, who is here with a camera somewhere. There he is, there's Rusty. And our military representative tonight is General Zoe Ollinger. Thank you. We have some members of the MOA chapter of the Military Officers Association here tonight, if they would stand up and be recognized. And anybody who has ever worn the uniform of the United States, if you please stand up and be recognized. All right, there's well, thank you. It's, we thank and honor our military and our veterans for their service. So it's just a great occasion to be able to do that once again. The employer support for the Guard and Reserve is about building a strong, supportive workplace for those who serve on our reserve components. We work with employers through outreach, recognition, education to raise the awareness of employers and help reserve conflicts if they arise. These goals are simple, but they're powerful. They support every employer across the United States and the territories. And when employers stand behind their employees who serve, it strengthens not just the workplace, but readiness and resiliency of the reserve forces. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mr. Rick Palmatier, who is our Arizona State Chair. Mr. Palmatier is an attorney with more than 3 decades of experience, both in the civilian sector and military. He's retired from the Army with over 29 years service as a JAG. His Army service has included active duty, Guard, and Reserve. In addition to being a JAG, he's been the Ethics and Conflict Resolution Advisor, Human Resources Officer, and Chief of Staff for the Arizona Army National Guard. His current civilian law practice includes work with county and city prosecutors, indigent defense counsel, veterans disability casework, and is currently the Assistant General Counsel for the Arizona Bar Association. His career with the SGR has focused on providing mediation and training for service-related matters as an ombudsman, serving as an assistant ombudsman director. In 2003, he was selected to be the state chair of Arizona, overseeing the military and employer outreach efforts of the employer support for the Guard and Reserve. So without further ado, Rick, Mr. Palmatier.
Thank you, Darren. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff members, town members of Sahuarita, thank you for allowing us a few minutes here today. But I think more importantly, thank you for what you do for the service members, the folks that are in the National Guard, the folks that are in the reserve components. You make their lives a lot easier, certainly. A little bit of history, the law that is involved in this stretches back to World War II timeframe. It was tweaked in the late 60s, which was Vietnam era. ESGR came to be by virtue of an executive order in 1972. So we are over 50 years in existence. If you put those two bookends together, World War II was drafting military members out of their civilian careers. Vietnam was the end of the draft and becoming an all-volunteer force across the board. So we exist to say thank you to the employers, to help the service members, the reservists, understand what their responsibilities are under the law, help deal with problems that may come up, which I will say here in Arizona are few and far between, and it is in appreciation to the efforts of the employer community that there's no issues. The Pro Patria Award that we're here to present is the highest award that we here in the state can present to you as an employer. Chief Nolan, to you as the police department, you're the supervisor that we're officially recognizing, but it's the town. It's the attitude of the town. It's the environment that you have created that make the reservists certainly feel like they continue to balance both sides of the tightrope between their civilian careers and their military careers. They tend to run in parallel, and so you become supervisors probably in both sides of the fence at the same time, and it's a little bit tougher to get away. But it's the attitude that you have fostered here, which makes that certainly easier. For Staff Sergeant Perez, as the Guard knows him, Officer Perez, as the town knows him. So it is with our appreciation that we're here to recognize what you have done as far as being a great employer to work for. This isn't the first. In order to get to this stage, there's been Patriot Awards, which are a one-on-one individual to a supervisor. There's been Above and Beyond Award. This isn't the first time that we've come to thank you. So again, our undying appreciation for what the town has done, and tonight the police department in particular, has done to make life easier for the reservists. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. See, I've got to get my notes together. So, anyway, thank you. And I'd like very much to introduce Brigadier General Zoe Ollinger. General Ollinger was commissioned in 1993 through the Reserve Officer Training Program at Spring Hill College, Mobile, Alabama, where she earned her bachelor's degree in biology, and her education included a master's degree in technical management from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University and a master's degree in strategic studies from the U.S. Army War College. Her military career began as a medical services officer with the 86th Combat Support Hospital at Fort Campbell in 1995, with follow-on assignments as a battalion personnel officer with the 626th Forward Support Battalion under the 101st Airborne. In 1968, General Ollinger joined the Arizona Army National Guard, where she served in many assignments, including company and battalion commander, the deputy state surgeon, staff officer of the battalion, brigade, and state levels. And she is currently the commander of the Joint Task Force for Arizona. General Ollinger resides in Phoenix with her husband, Stephen, and their 6 children, Kelsey, Kayla, Michael, Sophia, Andy, and Alex, and their grandchildren, Wade, Beckett, Lily, and Landon. General Ollinger.
Good evening, Mayor Murphy, distinguished members of the Town Council, residents of Sahuarita. Of course, my Alabama accent comes through. I have a hard time with that word. And the dedicated men and women of the Sahuarita Police Department. On behalf of the Adjutant General for the Arizona National Guard, Brigadier General John Conley, it is an honor to be here tonight to be part of the presentation of this distinguished award. For our citizen warriors, our National Guard and Reserve members, answering the call to serve is rarely simple. It means putting aside personal and professional lives, facing the anxieties of prolonged separation from family, and deploying for months, often in challenging and dangerous environments. It requires immense courage and strong support back home. The Sahuarita Police Department didn't just allow Staff Sergeant Chris Perez to serve his country with the 860th Military Police in Kuwait. They actively enabled his service. They understood the weight of that decision. the difficulty of leaving a career, a community, and most importantly, his family. As someone who has personally deployed to Afghanistan, leaving my young children behind, I can tell you that the last thing a service member needs to worry about is their job security. The thought of returning home to uncertainty, of potentially losing the career that they have worked so hard for, is a burden no one should ever have to bear while serving our nation. The department proactively supported Staff Sergeant Perez throughout his deployment, staying connected, providing reassurance, and ensuring a smooth transition upon his return. But their support extended beyond Staff Sergeant Perez himself. They recognized the strain on his family, maintaining a vital connection with his son, offering comfort and stability during a difficult time. This commitment isn't just a policy, it's a demonstration of genuine care. It's a recognition that a soldier's ability to focus on the mission hinges on knowing their family is secure and their career is protected. The Santa Rita Police Department provided that security. On behalf of the Arizona ESGR State Committee and the entire Arizona National Guard, I would love to present and help present this Patria Award to the Santa Rita Police Department. Thank you for understanding the sacrifices of our service members and providing the support they and their families deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant Perez wrote the nomination for the Secretary of Defense Freedom Award. It's the highest award that the Secretary gives. Secretary has 15 of those annually. So as you can imagine, there are thousands of those that come in. Last year, there were 1,626 nominations came in. Out of those 1,600 nominations, the town of Sarita, Sergeant Perez's nomination, rose to be among the top 30 in the nation, placing the Sarita Police Department amongst the top 10 public service organizations that were nominated in the nation. Unfortunately, didn't make the top 15, but they were in really wonderful company to be in the top 30. So it's just a great. So in part, what he said was, the Sarita Police Department exceeds expectations in support of the service members' deployment, reaching out to inquire how he was doing, keeping him abreast of the changes and the opportunities in the department, and assuring that he has the proper amount of time to fully reintegrate when he comes back to work in his shift. It truly shows a sense of professional and personal pride in supporting a reservist and his or her family. The nomination points to the care and the conduct to his family during his deployment. Even during those times when he was unable to do so, they connected and stayed connected with my son and kept him assured that I was okay, even though he couldn't. The department's application of its military leave policy, including the continued renewal that worked to provide financial security to himself and his family, allowing him to continue to make contributions to the PSSR without worrying about credible time. The HR department was fully aware of the USERRA, Uniformed Services Employment Reemployment Act, and their goal was to exceed all of those requirements, which they've done in spades. The town policies of Sarita specifically incorporate the philosophy of continuation of benefits and the prohibition of any adverse impact on a military reservist. The service member notes that a jointly sponsored ceremony honoring the fallen police, fire department, fire, and military as a result of the tragic incident on 9/11 on the past anniversary of September 1924. Beyond the public ceremonies, the department expresses its appreciation to the service members through personalized emails, phone calls, and personal contact. The personal attention the nominator feels is amplified by the hiring attitude and gives preferential treatment to veterans and reservists and the professional recognition of the worth that extends throughout their careers. The service member noted the police department provided a 4-week reintegration program on his return, creating the awareness that he is always covered in my absence due to military obligations and do not receive negative attention when gone for an extended period of time as a result of his service. Further, he feels that overwhelming support from the entire staff in the town while communicating with his peers and supervisors during the deployment. So Chief Nolan, Mayor Murphy, General Ollinger, and Mr. Palmentier, if you join at the table for the presentation of the Pro Patria Award.
If I could, let me read the inscription. This is from the Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve. Awards the Pro Patria to the Town of Sahuarita Police Department for the year 2025. Presented on behalf of the men and women of America's Reserve Forces for outstanding service to the national defense through continuing support of the National Guard and Reserve. Chief, thank you very much.
Sergeant Perez, if you'd join the group, please.
And Chief, I know you know the concept of challenge coins. There's certainly no rank associated with it, but on behalf of the ESGR, this is our 50th anniversary coin, commemorative of 50-plus years that we've been in existence. Thank you for the environment that you've created. For Chris, in the middle of between officer and staff sergeant. Thank you. Mayor?
Chief, if you've got some comments.
I actually will. Thank you. I'll say Staff Sergeant Perez is not the first we've hired that does service for the U.S. government. Won't be the last. There are challenges with that, but the fact that Chris values his employment here and obviously with the military is significant. He serves our community both in the military as well as the law enforcement service. Much appreciated. I want to say thank you, Staff Sergeant and Officer Perez. I'll jokingly say Chris can write, so there's a lot in there, but I'll emphasize this. It's not me. It is the commanders, the lieutenants, the sergeants, the corporals, the officers, the detectives, etc., that back Chris and others up in the duty he does here. And when he was away, the outreach, etc., hearing that again, I heard it before, but hearing it again and worded so well, I appreciate that. So with that, I think I'll step away and say thank you for the recognition. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Sergeant Perez, you have some comments for us?
Yeah, I'll make it quick because I think we've covered everything. Just a good evening, everybody. I want to thank General for being here. Thank you for your long trip. The ESGR group as well. I've known them for about 5 years. We've been working together. Thank you, sir. And I just want to say thank you to the town of Sahuarita. It is a great place to live, work, and play, like we say. And I'm going to cut it short. Everybody said everything I was going to say, so I'll just leave it with a quote here from General Dwight D. Eisenhower. He once said, "The supreme quality of leadership is unquestionably integrity. Without it, no real success is possible." And then to my department, SPD, your integrity as an organization shown through your support to those who serve is what makes this community so great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chris. We have one more small item here, which is really a very important item, and it's called the Statement of Support. The Statement of Support is a program at the cornerstone of ESGR's effort to gain and maintain employer support of the Guard and Reserve. The intent of the program is to increase employer support by encouraging employers to function as advocates for employer participation in the military. Supportive employers are critical to maintaining the strength and the readiness of the National Guard and the Reserve units. The first statement of support was signed on December 13, 1972, in the office of the Secretary of Defense by the Chairman of the Board of General Motors. President Richard Nixon was the first president to sign a statement of support, and in 2005, every federal cabinet secretary and all federal agents signed a statement of support signifying their continued effort to be model employers. Since its inception, hundreds of thousands of employers have signed the statement of support, pledging their support to the Guard and Reserve. Employers signing a statement of support pledge, "We fully recognize, honor, and comply with USERRA. We provide our managers and supervisors with the tools they need to effectively manage their employees who serve in the Guard and Reserve. We appreciate the values, the leadership, unique skills members bring to the workforce, and we will encourage opportunities to hire Guardsmen, Reserve, and veterans. We will continually recognize and support our country's service and members and the families in peace, in crises, and in war." So if Mayor Murphy, Chief Nolan, Rick Palmatier, and General Ollinger, if you join at the table, we have a statement of support there for the town of Sarita, which, by the way, had already signed. So this is a re-signing of that commitment, and a specific one for the police department. So thank you. Mayor Murphy.
I'll just say a couple of words. Obviously, for me personally, it makes my heart smile being a retired Air Force member. I remember my days serving from the 70s to the 90s. The Reserve and Guard were more seen as a weekend warrior, but with the right sizing that's gone on over the years, the Reserve and Guard are indispensable on balancing the total force with the active duty. And it wasn't lost on me, Darren, when you asked about who has served. You know, myself, Ed, Chief Wonder, our own town attorney, and my friend Bill Bracco, who served with me on the council. He supported these efforts way before any of us served on the council. So, you know, I really appreciate Officer Sergeant Perez for the recognition. I think it goes without saying that, you know, we appreciate the service of our Reserve and Guard members. It means a lot to us, and the recognition goes a long way to support that. So thanks for being here and taking the time. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And next, we'll go to our presentation with Matt Rowland, our Deputy Director of SACA, provide a year-end review and announce the winners of the photography contest. Oh, okay. We're going to have Devin do entry remarks, and then we'll move from there. Yep.
Mayor Murphy, members of the council. I'm excited to introduce Matt Rowland with the newly branded Art State of Arizona. Did I get that right, Matt? Okay, perfect. Before Matt gets up here and presents, I just wanted to share, this year has been amazing, working with previously SACA, now the Art State. This partnership is going on about 4 years, and at each year it seems to be getting better with the public art output, as well as the growth and expansion of this photo contest. So I know Matt's going to share some good news and some winners that I think we have in the house tonight. So with that, Matt.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. It's a pleasure to be here again and recognize some of the incredible creativity we have here in Sarita. And we had some RSVPs, but I just want to ask if you are an award recipient tonight, you just want to wave your hand at me for the photography. Oh, look at that. All right. Love it. Well, we're going to recognize all of the winners of our Sarita photography competition this year, and we'll have them stand up when we get to that recognition. But just wanted to give a quick recap. As Devin said, we are excited to announce the last week officially was our name rebrand. So we have been the Southern Arizona Arts and Cultural Alliance for the last 15 years or so. And before that, we were the Greater Oro Valley Arts Council. And so we are now taking the next step in our evolution as a nonprofit serving the region. And we've officially changed our name to Art State Arizona. A lot of you know we have been working in the Phoenix area for quite some time. We have about 10 festivals up in the Phoenix area as well, and we work with several cities up there. And so we decided it was time for the name to reflect that work. So our heart and soul is still very much here in the Tucson area and Sarita area, and we're excited to take all the creativity up north. And so we'll continue our work here with Sarita as Art State Arizona and continue all that programming. So a quick review of the programs that we work on together this past year. Our programs focused on placemaking, so that's what we call putting art in public places. And so we had 2 new big murals come to fruition. We had the Wrightson Ridge mural, a repaint of an electric box in there that was done, the Roadrunner mural outside of Wrightson Ridge. It's an incredible, vibrant new Roadrunner on that electric box. And then we also had the sidewalks. We had a muralist named Jesse Perry that was selected by the committee to create over 100 square feet of murals in partnership with Wrightson Ridge, and he worked with elementary school students there. So that's a great piece that's come up this past year. We've also been focusing on public art maintenance. Now being, as Devin said, 5 years into the contract, we have over nearly 20 pieces of public art that have been created through this partnership, and it's time to start looking at the age of all of those pieces and restoring them, renovating them as possible. So that's been a focus this year, is creating an assessment report and then starting strategically to renovate and make those updates on those pieces. Creative Sector Directory. This is a asset mapping project. Essentially, the Parks and Rec wanted to start looking at expanding our list of all the artists and nonprofits and partners that we have here in Sarita. And so we've been working with them to build that database, and it's being incorporated into our annual magazine and will be an available resource to help find new artists and connect with nonprofits in the area. And then our 2 signature events. And I can say 2 now because it's not just Art on the Lake, which will be taking place again in January. Really vibrant celebration that will be going on its 4th year. But we now have Sarita Oktoberfest, which I promise you we spelled Oktoberfest correctly. PDF acts funny sometimes. But that will be taking place this Friday. So it is a free new event. We invite all the council, we invite the community to come. It'll be 5 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at Sarita Lake Park. And we'll be hearing live polka music. There will be dance lessons. Yes, if you don't know how to polka, you can come and learn how to polka. I know the mayor knows how to polka. Yes, he does. I'm holding out that the mayor will show up with lederhosen, but I'm not going to hold you to it if that doesn't happen. But we'll have a lot of free activities, some great beer as well, but also some food, very family-friendly activities, a lot of fun games. So please come and join us Friday night for the first inaugural Oktoberfest. And, of course, our photography contest. So that's what we're here celebrating today. So just a couple quick high-level highlights of the contest this year. We had over 300 photos submitted this year. That was by over 50 photographers. And something that I was really happy to see when I kind of went back through and did the analysis, over half of those were first-time applicants. We did have people coming back from previous years, but every year we want to see new photographers entering. It is open to photographers from any location. They don't have to be residents, but the photos do have to be taken in or around Sarita. And why is it so important to invest in a photography contest? A couple quick reasons. One, it gives you a chance to celebrate the creativity of the residents here. Both professional and amateur, photography is a great way kind of stepping into the arts. So we celebrate that creativity. We give a platform to recognize the beauty of Sarita, but also the culture, right? So some of our categories have to do with the people and the culture. So creating a platform for that. But third, it also gives you a dynamic way to keep getting new photographs to use in town materials. All of these photos the permission is given to incorporate them into publications, and so residents can take pride when they see their photo that they took appear on a calendar, when it appears in the Parks and Rec annual calendar, and those do get uses and gives you a continual lens to see the town of Sarita through the residents' eyes. So this year we changed up the categories a little bit. We want to give some fresh inspiration going into our third year. And so we added a Heart of Service category, so recognizing teachers and military service members and public police and fire. Joyful Moments, celebrating the joy of residents. On the Go, so celebrating movement. We'll be talking about bicycling, cycling later. We know there's a lot of movement in town. And then, of course, Light and Night, celebrating the beautiful night sky. So a couple new categories that got really great response. Over 2,000 prizes were awarded, and the gallery system is now upgraded out in Town Hall, and so all of those photographs are available for display throughout the year. And anytime residents can bring, the winners can bring their family and friends and see their photo displayed here in Town Hall. And our judging team included 7 community members, and that included both professional photographers, town staff, local art teachers, and a community leader from a nonprofit. So we try to get a diverse voting pool in the judging selection. All right, and now on to the awards. So first up is our Nature's Inspiration category, which you'll see nearly half of our photos fell into the Nature's Inspiration category because this is a very beautiful area. And so this was Landscapes, Wildlife, and Natural Beauty, and first place was Red in an Ocean of Yellow by Bobby Joe Smith. Bobby, are you here? Right there. And how about a hand for Bobby? Thank you. Second place went to Holly Mansfield, the Black and White Hawk. Is Holly here today? Thank you so much, Holly. Congratulations. And third place went to Suzette Rocher, Sunrise in the Desert. Suzette? Now I'll call out all the honorable mentions at the same time, and then we'll recognize them at the end. So our 5 honorable mentions in this category were Chuck Russell, Spring is Time to Eat Flowers, Aubrey Prestwich, Rancho Skies, Xenia Weiss, Down in the Mist, Holly Mansfield, Elephant Head Sky Islands, and Bobby Joe Smith, Springtime in Sarita. So if you're one of those 5, would you please raise your hand? All right, thank you so much. I want to visit all of those places. I don't know about you. And on to our Heart of Service category. So this was a new category, first-time category, to honor teachers, nurses, and public workers. First place went to Michael Corbin, Kid Welder. Michael, are you here today? All right, congratulations, Michael. Second place went to Tyler Rushing for his photograph English class. Tyler, are you here? That is not the last time you're going to hear Tyler's name. So. And third place goes to Genesis Villalopez for her photograph Grit. Genesis, all right. Congratulations. All right, and our 2 honorable mentions. We have Aaron Ray's photograph, A Doctor's Work, Paul Livingston Police Squad. And on to the Joyful Moments category. We had 37 submissions in this category this year, showcasing smiles, laughter, and joy. And first place went to Tyler Rushing. It's Photograph Showcase. And that's Sarita High School, is that right? Performance. The dance showcase. And then second place from Genesis Villalopez, Felicidades. And third place goes to Priya Thadagiri, La Ballerina. And then our 3 honorable mentions in this category: Tyler Rushing's Blissful Memory, Steve Pietmeyer's Community Spirit Mural, and Kayla Hancock's The Last Graduate. So if you could wave your hands. All right. We'll move on to our Shadows, Light, and Night category. And as many of you know, this is a designated, we have dark sky communities. We really try to celebrate and honor our astronomy and view here. So that was what this category is going towards, both exploring the night sky, but also light and shadows. And we had 48 submissions in this category. First place went to Chris Travers, Reach for the Sky. Chris, are you here? All right. Love that photo. Second place, Christian Morales, Iltoy's Hand. Christian, are you here? And this nighttime photography is a bit of an extreme sport, I know. Go out in the middle of the night and wait and wait and wait. So. And third place, Chris Travers, High Moon. Congratulations. And then our honorable mentions, Aaron Ray Teddy, Aubrey Prestwich, Night Storm, Christopher Travers, Point the Way, and Joel Ruiz, Evening Sky. And we'll go on to On the Go. So this category is also a new category, celebrating movement, action. We had 40 submissions. First place, Tyler Rushing, High Step. Congratulations. Second place, Tyler Rushing, Smokescreen. And I will say the judging process is blind, so there's no names attached when you're judging. So the judges don't know that these are all from the same photographer. Third place goes to Patrick Mulligan, Ready, Set, I Am Reloaded. 2022. And I will shout out, Patrick Mulligan's going to be running the photo booth at Oktoberfest on Friday, so along with his company, so you can say hi if you see him on Friday. All right, and then our honorable mentions, Aubrey Prestwich, Eye on the Ball, Priya Thadagiri, Fanned Wings, Charlotte Palmer, Sarita Spins. Congratulations. All right, and on to our final category, the Youth Showcase. So this is for photographers under 18. We had 24 submissions this year, and first place went to Joel Ruiz with Moonflower. Joel, are you here? Beautiful photo. Reed Bennon took second place with the photo Teamwork. Reed, are you here? Love that. Third place went to Brooke Bowman, Senioritis. And our 3 honorable mentions, Maribel Reyes, Looking into the Future, Eliana Davis, Young Girl in Prayer, and Nathaniel Perez, Catching a Glimpse of 15. So I just want to say congratulations again. Every year, it's so exciting to see this competition grow every year and just see new names come into the mix, but also just see the professionalism of all of these photographers and see them capture Sarita and how they respond to new prompts. So if we could have all of the winners that were recognized, if you would come up, we'll take a photo up here together since we have just an extra minute and a half. Ben, you want to join us? Yeah, I think maybe so. Maybe we'll come over to the TV.
Congratulations to all, just especially some of the younger photographers. Just amazing on the work that you do. Holy mackerel. And thanks for catching me in so many of my sporting events. I saw, no, I'm teasing. Did you want to say any questions?
Yeah, so it's weird looking that way, but no, they're behind us. So congratulations again from Parks and Recreation in the town of Sahuarita. Incredible work. Every year I'm so impressed with how these photos come in and how many we get and the quality of them. So really congratulations. And come back next year. We doubled this year. Next year we are going to shoot for doubling again, right, Matt? Awesome. Thank you. Do you want to run up or you can stay down here?
And thanks. We look for everybody attending on Friday as well, as I spent 4 years stationed in Germany, so we'll say Prost a lot when we tip a beer if you choose to. Next, we have Devin, a return visit, presentation about the ARPA Awards. Devin, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Murphy, members of the council. So I do have a clicker in front of me. So I'd like to invite our events team up, and I think, oh, they're here. They're on it. Lacey, Abigail, and Manny, our events team, have done something that I think is truly incredible. When I came on with the department just about 4 years ago, events was a bit in chaos. And since then, I can't tell you the good work, I'd be here all night, that this team has done to rethink, re-envision, organize, prioritize safety in our event planning. And I think that was best recognized at our state conference that we attended, the Arizona Recreation and Parks Association, 3 weeks ago, where this team received an award for Outstanding Event for Winterfest 2024. They did a really good video for us, which I'm going to share. But we wanted to bring it here to council tonight because this is not just an events team effort. It starts at the top with mayor and council supporting these community events, supporting the communities coming together, the community coming together for not just Winterfest, but the other signature events, as well as our partners. And that's why we really wanted to bring it here tonight too, so that our partners helping us put this together with the Santa Rita Fire Department, Chief Wonder, the Police Department with Chief Noland, and there's too many of the departments, Public Works, Community Development. It really is an undertaking to make sure that these things are put together well, safely, and effectively. So with that, I'd like to play the video that APRA put together for us for this award.
Welcome to Winterfest. Hosted by the town of Sahuarita Parks and Recreation Department, this annual holiday spectacular truly lights up the Sahuarita Town Hall complex like never before. It's so much fun. On December 7th, 2024, over 14,000 smiling faces from across southern Arizona came together for a magical day of holiday cheer, and it was all free. The event features live ice carving, a drone show and fireworks finale, an ice skating rink, an interactive Santa Claus, ornament crafting, a local beer garden, food and craft vendors, and a light parade. A standout component was the partnership with the Children's Entrepreneur Market, allowing youth ages 5 to 17 to sell handmade goods, promoting youth development and community commerce. Winterfest is supported by a wide range of sponsors and partners who provide funding and in-kind support. The event received significant media coverage through social media, local radio, newsletters, and regional press outlets. As Parks and Recreation Director Devin Stalder notes, Winterfest is a celebration of everything that makes our community special: family, fun, and a commitment to connection. Congratulations to the town of Sahuarita for winning Outstanding Special Event in populations 25 to 100,000.
So with that, I'd like to introduce Lacey Simmons. Yeah, so a round of applause. And Lacey has the award, and I think she's got a few words.
Here's the award, if you haven't seen it. I know there was some photos going around, but I'll just echo Devin's words. It wouldn't be possible with our amazing community partners that we have. It's such an honor for our team to be recognized with this, and we have to go for another one next year. So, thank you.
All right. So while we were at conference, Mayor Murphy had the privilege, I think we actually had the privilege of Mayor Murphy attending with us to the conference. Another really special thing happened, and I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Murphy to share this item.
Thanks, Devin. The night was both joyous and sad. They recognized Mayor Ed Honey as the outstanding public official for all of his support over the years, and obviously getting their rec center with their half-cent sales tax to the finish line and opening up. His son Whit was there to accept on his behalf, so it was extra special for me to see some of his family members there. And if you remember, that was the night we had the haboob that literally you had to risk your life in some cases. Fortunately, we were out of our PAG RTA meeting early, so I was able to get up there. But it was so nice to see the acknowledgement and recognition of Mayor Honey for all of his hard work, over his 36 plus years as an elected official. And they also did a video for him.
For nearly 40 years, Mayor Ed Honey served the town of Marana with unwavering dedication and a compassionate heart. On November 22, 2024, Mayor Honey sadly and unexpectedly passed away at home, leaving a void in the community he loved so dearly.
He loved the town of Marana, and he was all about making this place better, and he was all about serving people.
Even in his final days, his steadfast commitment to the well-being of others never wavered.
Mayor Honey's influence will be felt in Marana by everyone, I think, every day. He was a good mayor, he's a good father, he's a good husband, he's a good brother, he's a good grandfather, and that really resonated with people. You could see the love he had for people.
Just 3 days before his passing, Mayor Honey stood proudly at the town council meeting, speaking passionately about the importance of parks and recreation. He believed these spaces were vital for community health, happiness, and connection, values he held close to his heart. At the core of his vision was the Marana Aquatic and Recreation Center, fondly known as the MARC. A dream years in the making, the $64 million facility became a reality through his unwavering leadership. To Mayor Honey, it was more than just a building. It was a sanctuary where residents could gather, play, grow, and feel a true sense of belonging. Through his inspiring career, Mayor Honey championed parks and recreation, from securing essential funding and supporting vital programs to driving the development of the MPR 10-year master plan. Thanks to his visionary leadership, Marana has been blessed with countless top-tier recreation projects that will serve generations to come. His legacy is etched into every trail, park, and program he helped bring to life. A testament to a life dedicated to enriching the community he loved.
I'd like to end like I always do, which is God bless the town of Marana, and God bless you, each and every one.
So maybe I should have started with what APRA is, but I think it really shares and sheds light into what Parks and Recreation is broadly through the state of Arizona. This conference is our state association. This year, I talked with Cade Nelson, who's our president, They had over 800 people attend, all parks and recreation professionals across the state of Arizona. And at this awards banquet, there was just over 400 attendees, so it was quite a big level of participation. Everybody from staff, town staff, city staff, to elected officials. And I think, you know, Mayor Ed Honey's story is important to share, how important it is to create vital recreation spaces, but also the important work that not only, you know, staff are doing, but our elected officials are doing to fight for these spaces. And I really personally enjoyed this video for Ed and all the wonderful things he did for the town of Marana. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Devin. And it was nice that when I got to intermingle with other park and rec directors from across the state, your name and our team's name came up, that how well everybody works together, especially in southern Arizona. So my appreciation to all of you. I did in my State of the Town mention that maybe because of my attendance that helped the award winning. So if you just want to keep inviting me back, that would be nice. But no, as my colleagues know, Ed was my mentor, and I learned so much off of him. And when I see that pool, I think of Debbie and her desire someday to have our public pool here, which we'll keep working on. But it was nice to be in attendance and to see the recognition not only of our team, but also how well our team works with other teams, especially in southern Arizona. So thanks again for everything that you do. Appreciate it. Next, we'll move to 3 proclamations. Will Amy Malkin come up? And this is for the Arizona Fall Prevention Coalition. Whereas falling is not an inevitable effect of aging, and whereas slips and falls are the leading cause of injury-related deaths among residents 65 years of age and older, and whereas Arizona had 34,084 severe fall-related injuries reported in 2022 that resulted in $4.13 million in hospital charges, and whereas the total cost of unintentional falls, even excluding those for physician care, EMS services, rehabilitation, and long-term disability, exceeds $3 billion a year. And whereas non-fatal falls can lead to a loss of mobility and loss of functional independence, whereas older Arizona is at risk of falling demonstrably benefit from fall prevention programs that teach them specific everyday strategies to improve mobility and stability and reduce fall risk. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Tom Murphy, the mayor of the town of Sahuarita, on behalf of the town council, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Falls Prevention Awareness Month, and testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the town of Sahuarita on this 22nd day of September, 2025. And thanks, Amy, for being here and accepting this proclamation on that recognition.
I truly appreciate this. As a senior living operator, many of you know that I work in senior living and have since 1988. I work for Arroyo Gardens, independent and assisted living, and I have seen countless seniors fall and countless bad outcomes from it. So this is something I'm very passionate about. And one of my goals is to get EMS, hospital systems, and senior living operators to work as well as we do with the Santa Rita Fire Department here. So thank you.
Thanks for next is Anna here. Come on up. They're always in the cheap seats in the back, so. Obviously, Anna, everybody knows, is our Community Development Director. And Chief Wonder? Oh, there you are. Oh, you brought in a mascot. There you go. Whereas the town of Sahuarita is committing to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in, working in, and visiting Sahuarita. And whereas fire remains a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and the presence of lithium-ion batteries in many household devices introduces unique fire risks. Whereas most of the electronics used in homes daily, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, and toys, are powered by lithium-ion batteries, which if misused, damaged, or improperly charged can overheat, start a fire, or explode. And whereas the National Fire Protection Association reports an increase in battery-related fires, underscoring the need for public education on the safe use of lithium-ion batteries. And whereas residents should follow these 3 key calls to action: buy only listed products, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. Whereas lithium-ion batteries store a large amount of energy in a small space, and improper use of such as overcharging, using off-brand chargers without safety certification, or exposing batteries to damage can result in fire or explosion. And whereas the proper disposal of recycling lithium-ion batteries help prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risks, there might be one right there, in the home and community. And whereas the Santa Rita Fire District first responders, together with the town of Sahuarita, are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of fires through prevention, safety education, and community outreach. And whereas in 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme, Charge into Fire Safety, lithium-ion batteries in your home, serves to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Tom Murphy, the mayor of the town of Sahuarita, on behalf of the town council, do hereby proclaim October 5th through October 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week, and testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the town of Sahuarita on this 22nd day of September, 2025. Congratulations, Chief.
Just really quickly, we want to say thank you for recognizing Fire Prevention Week. Obviously, lithium-ion batteries are a focus and it's certainly a danger, but we also want to remind people about the other public safety programs. It's that time of year. Make sure you're checking your smoke detector. Make sure you're changing out those batteries. If you need assistance, go to our website. We have lots of public services available to make those happen. So thank you very much.
What's the proper way to recycle
The lithium-ion batteries, so you would need to dispose of those at like a hazardous material spot. Exactly. So, yep. You bet. You bet. Thank you.
And Ron, it was fortuitous that you did an invocation. You got to stay around for this proclamation. This proclamation is for Cybersecurity Awareness Month, whereas the town of Sahuarita recognizes that it plays a vital role in identifying, protecting its citizens from, and responding to cybersecurity threats that may have significant impact to our individual and collective safety and privacy. Whereas critical infrastructure is increasingly reliant on the support of information systems and technology, and whereas cybersecurity education and awareness are crucial for everyone. Whereas every year since 2003, October has been recognized as Cybersecurity Awareness Month by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and National Cybersecurity Alliance. And whereas this year's theme, Stay Safe Online, is all about the simple ways to protect yourself and your family and your businesses from online threats. Now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Tom Murphy, the mayor of the town of Sahuarita, on behalf of the town council, do hereby proclaim October 25 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the seal of the town of Sahuarita on this 22nd day of September. And thank you, Ron, and your team for everything you do. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I get an email that my council members are sent to that I need, gift cards, sent to me, which I do, but that's not a real email for there. But I know the ongoing vigilance is so important because we're just hacked constantly, or the attacks are constant. So thanks for everything that you do. And if you'd like to say it, we'll grab a picture of it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Town Council. We deeply appreciate your commitment to supporting us in our cybersecurity efforts. It's not just us, like the Mayor said, it's actually everybody in this room, and it's our entire community. We've been recognizing these for a number of years. I think this is our 5th year, and like you said, Mr. Mayor, we can stay safe online with just some simple things. And this year, the overall theme is recognizing the core 4, which is passwords. Yeah, keeping passwords complex and keeping your passwords secure. Multi-factor authentication, which is using these devices for two-factor, more than one. Updating our software, keeping our software up to date, and also reporting scams, because scams they happen a lot, and sometimes we think we're alone in this, but we're not. So those are the core 4. Again, we really appreciate your support in this effort. It's a team effort. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it. Next, we come to call to the public. It's now open. Individual may speak for 3 minutes. Spokespersons for 10. The council cannot discuss matters not on the agenda. However, at the end of the call to public, council members may respond to criticism, request staff to review the issue, or add a topic to a future agenda. And Rick Corrado.
Well, most of the crowd is gone, so that's too bad. But anyway, Mayor Murphy, distinguished members of the council, and town staff. As you're well aware, our community continues to grow and to thrive. The question becomes, for how long? Years ago, when the mining community attempted to create an open pit mine under the auspices of Rosemont Copper Company, permits and approval were continually denied and refused. Subsequent attempts by Augusta Resources in 2014 also met with similar fate. Yet in 2024, Hudbay Minerals, through heavy lobby and false claims, has been able to reverse decades-old legal decisions. When Rosemont originally envisioned a copper mine in 1963, there were no surrounding communities or population. Now the established communities of Sonoita, Patagonia, Sahuarita, Green Valley, Corona de Tucson, and Vail will be heavily impacted. We always champion our concern for the children in the community. It's always about the kids. However, Copper Ridge Elementary is approximately 700 yards from the projected border of the mine. Copperview Elementary in Sahuarita is not much further down the road. There exists strong community support and evidence the mine will pollute surface and subsurface water and damage aquifer quality and quantity. It will destroy natural habitats. It will cause regional air pollution and harm the local tourism industry. Is this what we want for our community? Is this what we want for our children? The project will not create adequate long-term jobs. It will not generate sufficient tax revenue. To my knowledge, there's still no adequate environmental impact associated with this. There's no traffic study. There's no funding for being put aside for road repair. I'm assuming Sahuarita will get stuck with that bill. Sahuarita will not receive any royalties or reimbursements from the mining of our resources. And be aware that Hudbay has had a complete about-face on its promises and intent to build smelting plants here in Arizona. Furthermore, Hudbay has decided to export all copper concentrate production during the first 4 years of operation. They only hope its commitment to build smelting plants will be forgotten by this time. Just recently, an agreement has been made between Hudbay and Mitsubishi Materials for $600 million. This will allow Mitsubishi to export a large percentage of Copper World's production to Japan with no return to the United States. This deal comes at the same time that Hudbay is attempting to deflect criticism. The Copper World will not destroy the Santa Rita Mountains, obliterate headwaters for 2 watersheds, pollute the air, and leave behind a mountain of toxic mining waste, all to export copper overseas. The town council needs to consider these facts and pass strong resolution that our community vehemently opposes the Copper World mining project. Personally, I'm confused. We sit idly by and allow this to happen with no control or mitigation as to the environment requirements that would keep our community safe. So I know that this is asking a lot, but I think that from the standpoint of air quality, pollution, and danger to our water resource, that's something that affects all of our citizens, even though this may be considered out of your jurisdiction. So I would like you all to consider this as something that we might want to at least have a feeling for this and support.
Thank
you so much for your time.
Appreciate it. And as a reminder, our next meeting is Monday, October 13th, regular meeting. Madam Clerk, item number 8.
Item number 8 is the town manager's report.
And I think Mr. Dilly communicated with me earlier because of the length of presentations and proclamations that he might keep this a little short, but it's up to you, Shane.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Were there no, did you guys do brief summaries already?
Did I forget those?
That's how brief they were.
That's how brief they were. You're right. I jumped right over that. Why don't you do that and we'll go back?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And yes, given the length of the agenda tonight, I'd like to just focus on this page here in particular. You have the report, the monthly report. It's also posted on the town's website under the town manager's section of the website for the public's reviewing pleasure. But you know, we've spent quite a bit of time on our Parks and Rec department and their due recognition. You know, signature events are a big part of the culture of our community. Our community takes a lot of pride in that. It's notable here that all 5 of our new employees are from the Parks and Rec department. So I wanted to do a heartfelt welcome to Jose Gonzalez, Rowan Lemons, Francine Soto, and Carlos Martinez as newbies for our Parks and Rec. I want to save the last here for a special call out. This budget year, the council approved a new position for the Parks and Rec department. It's one of our larger departments for good reason. And the time has come for us to have a little additional management capacity in that department and leadership capacity. That manifested with the introduction of a deputy Parks and Rec director position. Want to allow Devin to come forward and formally introduce our new deputy Parks and Rec director, Jody Gowan. And if Jody could come forward too, that would be great. Welcome, Jody.
Welcome to Team Sahuarita, Jody. That was over. That was me.
Sorry.
That's okay. You'll get to recognize our voices after a while. Devin.
Mayor Murphy, members of the council, me again. Thanks for having us up here. I'm not going to take too much time. I just want to share we're excited to have a deputy director. I think that it's already starting to pay dividends to the department and to the organization. We had a very lengthy recruitment process, and I'm excited that we have Jody joining our team. She has a wealth of experience, but with that, I'll hand the mic off and let her introduce herself.
Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for the welcome. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here. I've really enjoyed the community so far, and I look forward to getting to know all of you and the community members. I come from a town that's very similar in size, very different in weather, but I'm adapting. I'm adapting nicely.
It's a dry
actually.
heat, Jody.
It's a dry heat. Actually, it is, and actually, it's a little more humid than where I'm from. Anyway, the opportunity to come down here and work with a growing community and a growing recreation division and department is really exciting to me. I've been in a town that didn't grow very fast, and so everything we did felt just a little restrained. And as Devin has told me many times, it's like the handcuffs are off. We've got a lot of work to do, and we are busy. I had the opportunity to go with the team to the National Recreation and Parks Association national conference last week, which is an annual conference that's good for maintaining certifications, but also it gave us a really good opportunity to talk about all the things in detail that we have ahead of us. And I think we've got some good plans ahead, and I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you.
Thanks. I've
Appreciate
heard-
the welcome.
I've heard nothing but good things about you, so
Well, thank you.
welcome to the team.
Thank you. I look forward to meeting you all.
Thanks.
Mayor and council, I'm happy to answer any questions from that report if you've had a chance to read it. Otherwise, we can move on to the agenda.
Yep, thanks. Any questions for Shane? If not, I'll jump back. Any recent updates? Mr. Lytle, anything to report?
No.
No. Debbie? Diane?
Yes, I had the honor of attending a Turning Point Memorial for Charlie Kirk that was held at the Rock Church, and it was very, very well attended between residents of Sahuarita and Green Valley joining together, so I really appreciated that effort.
Thank you. Dr. Gillespie? Councilmember Lisk, anything to report?
Yes, I attended our second session for the Civic Craft Leadership Program that both Councilmember Pearl and I are involved with. It's a year-long program. We meet once a month virtually, and then 3 times we'll be meeting in person. But it's very informational. I'm really excited about this leadership program. I'm glad I got accepted into it. And then a heads up, Councilmember Morales and I are planning our second Coffee with Council on Friday, October 10th. It will be from 9:30 to 3:30, and this time we'll be over at La Posada. So I hope the community joins us. Thank you.
Thanks, appreciate that. Also, I attended the Greater Tucson, presented to the Greater Tucson Leadership. It's a collective group of folks just to talk about how government runs, and always my ask of them is to be involved and stay involved. A big shout out to everybody for all their support at the State of the Town, Haley, Dustin, Jorge, for all of their help along with everybody else. I have now realized I actually have 6 fellow colleagues, not 5. I forgot to introduce Councilmember Morales, so my perfection was knocked down a little. My apologies to Debbie. Obviously, I didn't forget her. She wouldn't let me. But it was nice to, I heard a lot of positive feedback about the event. So, great thanks to all of our staff who supported this effort. And Randy and the Chamber. Thanks, Randy, to your volunteers and all that support. I just think it gets better each year. It gets bigger each year. So definitely going to break 500 next year. I think he was sandbagging me, holding back just a little under so he could reach another bar. It was this Sunday. Not only was it my granddaughter's first birthday, they were back in Virginia, but I also attended the Charlie Kirk Memorial up in Glendale. And you just can't even imagine attending that with 70,000 other people, worshiping and shouting out good words to Charlie. So it was one of the most impactful events in my lifetime that I've ever attended in person. And again, reminder, October 13th is our next meeting. Thanks, Shane, for bringing me back to earth. Item number 9 is our consent agenda, and I'll entertain a motion at this time.
If you'd like to call
I'll make a
something.
motion.
I can call. I was getting ready, but I'd like my colleagues to participate. Go ahead, Dr. Gillespie, I think.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
And I think Mr. Lytle has a
I
second.
second.
Thank you. All in favor signify by aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, item number 10A.
Discussion and possible action regarding El Toward, a Tucson sponsorship and services agreement.
Thank you. And Devin and Beth. Devin's a return. Beth is first time tonight. We'll be touching this item. Welcome back again.
Mayor Murphy, thank you for welcoming me back. Members of the council, I think this is the last time I'm in front of you tonight.
Let me check.
We are excited tonight to share with you a possible agreement. It's an item ahead of you for a potential agreement with El Tour de Tucson, a sponsorship and service agreement. So want to try to do a high-level overview. All of the details are in front of you with the contract, but at a high level, El Tour de Tucson is a premier bicycling event. They host nearly 10,000 cyclists. They were voted the best cycling event in America, and they've raised almost $130 million since 1983 in the region. The town of Sahuarita has supported since 2021 on the 102 loop. And we, in Parks and Recreation, host aid station number 6 at Quail Creek Veterans Municipal Park. We also use that location for a viewing site for anybody who wants to come out and see the riders. Public Works assists with intersection control throughout the community, and Sahuarita PD supports the traffic control throughout Sahuarita as well. So there's been a lot of work that has occurred to get this agreement ahead of you over the last month and a half. I got to start by sharing Perimeter Bicycling Association of America, which is the parent organization of El Tour, has been incredibly supportive and helpful working alongside us to try to find an agreement that will work for us. And so when we started down this path of reviewing the agreement, one of the things we were looking at was how can we make this work for our community, the town of Sahuarita, and El Tour in perpetuity? Can we keep this as a long-term effort? So just at a high level, aligning with our strategic plan for community well-being, this agreement is intended to provide benefits to the town to enhance the quality of life for all. So at a high level, some highlights of the change. For Parks and Recreation and Public Works, the town of Sahuarita will provide $5,000 each department of in-kind work. This is something we've already been doing. But now, if we see ourselves exceeding that cap, we can look for reimbursement from Perimeter Bicycling. The big one is for Sahuarita Police Department. Historically, we've been helping with this effort without seeing, an offsetting from Perimeter Bicycling for the cost of this event. And so we worked into the agreement. Ideally, it's going to be a bit of a premium, so something to entice officers and get them excited to work this event. But in the agreement this year, we have up to $50,000 in reimbursable expenditures. And so the last item, typically when this 102 goes out to the communities, it's been through other communities, Town of Marana, I believe Oro Valley at one point, they see tourism. So the way that their community benefits is they see hotels being booked, restaurants being used, so their sales tax is boosted through the weekend. We don't see that when they come down to the town of Sahuarita, so we took a different approach, and we actually asked for 8% of their charitable donations to be attributed back to the town of Sahuarita. I don't have a number what that's going to look like dollar for dollar, but I believe that that's going to create a sense of community, and ideally will give this community something to support El Tour for coming through the town in years to come. So with that, I wanted to take some time and answer questions if there were any, but we are recommending approval for the 2025 and 2026 agreement.
No, thanks for working so hard on it because, a couple of those, the reimbursable, I know you and I and Beth and I have gone to some of the downloads, and we're always the best condition of the roads, one of the best, rest sites for it that we have a lot of pride in. And to me, one of the big wins is, going to our charitable, donation, I'm sure, such as the food bank or VAS or somebody that partners with us locally, because as we know, the need is continually, going up. So to have this come back, I see as a really big win. So thanks, Beth. Did you want to add anything to that or hear from moral support?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, actually I was here if anybody had needed any of kind of the back history, any questions, kind of how we got here. But also to Devin's point, this was kind of a really big lift. It wasn't just Park and Rec or Public Works, it was PD and the TMO and finance and HR kind of all working together to make sure that any of the past kind of holes that were in that contract were kind of buttoned up.
Yep.
And that it was kind of more equitable to the residents of Sahuarita because we don't get that tourism dollar. So.
Right. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions to my left? If not, I'll entertain a motion. And it would really be I don't have a number, associated with it. So would it be, the correct motion would be approval of the contract, right? Yeah, I got a lot of shaking in my head. Anybody like to make a motion at this time?
So moved.
I'll make,
Oh, you can be the second, Councilmember Lisk. How's that?
okay.
All right, thanks. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 10B.
This is discussion and possible action regarding the Town Council Legislative Ambassador Council appointment.
Thank you. And this is a continuation of last month's meeting. Mr. Dilly, would you like to kick it off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is a continuation of this item that was initially presented to you at your last council meeting. The council request was to hit the pause button, allow a little bit of time for you to digest the program and maybe thoughts about the appointment process and names to be offered up to the table for your consideration from amongst yourself. I know that when we left that conversation, we had Councilmember Lisk with a nomination for Councilmember Morales. We also had Councilmember Priolo step forward and put her name on the table as well. So that's where we left it, Mayor. And again, this is the council's pleasure. I think I spoke to the details of the program last time. Happy to answer any questions you have if there are any follow-up needs on my end. Otherwise, it's the ball's in your court to determine what you want to do with it as a council.
Thanks. And I know there was a little bit of discussion before, and I know Diane, Councilmember Priola, was one of the ones that actually expressed an interest. Diane, would you like to just touch on a little bit on, again, why you'd like to serve? And I know there's usually, we have our personal desires, and then we have our desires when we're advocating on behalf of the town as a whole. If you wanted to touch on that a little bit, and just as a reminder on why you were wanting to serve in this capacity.
Yes, as I shared the last time, over the past several months, I've developed a deepening interest in the legislative process, and I enjoyed very much meeting with Mina Marcross and a monthly basis going over all the legislative initiatives and learning from him the process. And then also in my other outside activities, I rub shoulders with people in elected office serving in the legislature. Some of them I know over a period of years, and I have been to Phoenix and seen the legislature in action, and have actually had to field questions from constituents on the spot when there was a hot button issue before our town. I think I'm well able to represent the town's interest and to separate my own personal positions from what's in the best interests of the town, particularly being acutely aware of all the initiatives that the town needs and the funding for such, and the impact that legislation has on our tax base. So I'm acutely aware we don't have a money tree growing in the backyard. And I also have many, many years' experience testifying and having to put forth compelling arguments, and I think that skill set qualifies me, and I'm very interested in the position.
Thank you. And I know a recommendation was made for Councilmember Morales, but any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I've had a lot of thoughts on it. A lot of discussions about it. I'm honored that I was nominated, and I think I'm suited for the job also.
Okay. Would anybody?
Okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It takes a lot to stand up and nominate yourself, and I do applaud that. I think all the members here on this council are also quite capable, myself included. But I really like the way that Diane has come forth, and she's been out there, and she has taken the time to learn the deal. So I'd like to nominate Diane.
Okay. So we have one nomination so far. And then,
Two.
well, we have two, right, with Debbie. So, right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Select the mayor and the vice mayor. You give time for the council to put whatever names they're going to put forward, and
Yep.
then you go
Close
through
it
and you vote on those names, and whoever gets the majority is the one that goes.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, any other nominations? Yeah,
Mayor, just for the record, Councilmember Morales hasn't been nominated at this meeting. So if there is a desire to nominate, it should be at this meeting. It was last time.
previous meeting.
Yeah, so just if there is a desire to nominate Councilmember Morales, it should be done on the record at this meeting.
Ms. Cole?
I will. Mayor, if you'd
Can I go
like,
ahead?
I can go through the nomination process where I call upon each council member and they can nominate someone. And then what we'll do is we'll form the slate of candidates. After we have the slate of candidates, then I can call upon each council member again and they can state the name of the individual that they would like to serve.
And that's why I picked you last to comment. Thank you very much. Ms. Cole?
Councilmember Gillespie, do you have a nominee?
Since you're going first, I'm sorry, Ms. Cole. So just as a reminder, if a nominee has already been presented, which they haven't in your case, you can either nominate somebody or say no nomination. It's totally up to you.
I just want to ask a clarifying question. So
Yes.
is this like starting fresh, or is this with people who have already spoken?
This is starting fresh.
Starting fresh. Okay. So I'd like to nominate Debbie Morales.
Councilmember Morales, do you accept the nomination? Thank you. Mayor Murphy?
I'll nominate Diane Priolo.
Councilmember Priolo, do you accept the nomination?
I do. Thank you.
Councilmember Lisk?
I nominate Councilmember Morales.
If there's already a nomination, Kim, you can say no nomination, because
Oh, okay,
those
sorry.
two people have already been nominated.
Okay, no nomination.
Councilmember Lytle?
No nomination.
Councilmember Priolo?
No nomination.
Vice Mayor Egbert is absent. Councilmember Morales? The slate of candidates is Councilmember Morales and Councilmember Priolo. We'll now move on to the election process. First up is Councilmember Morales. Whom do you vote for? Councilmember Priolo.
Councilmember Priolo.
Vice Mayor Egbert is absent. Councilmember Gillespie.
Councilmember Morales.
Mayor Murphy.
I know both of these people would do a great job, but just based on probably time availability, Councilmember Priolo.
Councilmember Lisk.
Councilmember Morales.
Councilmember Lytle.
Councilmember Priolo.
That's 3 for Priolo and 3 for Morales.
Well, having not a full quorum here. I'm sorry? Oh. Well, it's up to Debbie and Diane on how, how we do. Well, I guess one of two ways. Either one of you could have a comment on it, or because it's a tie vote, is it appropriate, John, if we bring it back to the next council meeting when there's 7 people?
Well,
Or what's your
historically,
best
Mayor, in
advice?
Arizona, we cut cards to determine who wins an election. You could do it that way, or you could defer it to another meeting when you have a full council of 7.
Right.
Your call.
Well, I would default to the two of you. What would you like to do? Cut cards? Oh. Who?
I just,
Oh.
so, I just wanted to remind the council that the idea behind this program is that it has the potential of rotating every session.
Right.
Right? So we have this legislative session coming up. You know, this appointment is for that legislative session, and then I'll bring this thing back in front of you guys again for another opportunity to make a different appointment or to stay with that same appointment. Either way, the point is that there's an opportunity for this to rotate through the council by design.
Right.
So I just
Well,
offer that.
and I
up.
hope
Thanks.
anybody that wants to get a chance over time, does get a chance, because it's a good opportunity.
And at the end, whatever name comes forward or surfaces through this, I mean, it's important that the entire council just support that, and we move forward. That's your MO. That's how you guys usually operate.
Right.
This is a good thing. It's not meant to be a divisive thing, but it is meant to, by design, rotate. So thanks.
Thanks. Yes.
Well, once before, you've tossed a coin. Why not toss a coin, have them call it, and the winner takes the first year, and the other one takes the second year?
That's what we did on the lobbying trip.
Yeah.
For when it was a tie. Are both of you okay with a coin flip? You okay with a coin flip?
Yeah.
I think we have
And no
our-
double-headed coins?
Well, it's okay as long as neither one sees what it is. I think John, as our attorney, should.
I don't carry cash,
Don't you have a challenge point?
Oh, I do. I have a challenge coin. Thank you. I do. Okay.
Oh, another challenge point.
And I think I hate to. I am, that's from a general. Yes, so that would, the Department of Defense is heads, and is that wings? Is wings, as tails. Oh, it's handshake, as tails, yep.
Sure, I'll toss the coin. Let's see if I can catch it.
Yeah, that's right. So how about you be heads and you be tails, since you're to my right and you're to my left. Okay, and
Good luck, Debbie.
who's gonna call it? You, not me. Oh, should I? No.
You're the man.
Well, wait, it's heads and tails, so you flip it and wherever it lands, it lands.
Oh, I can flip it in the air and it can
Yeah.
land on the ground?
Yeah, just like the Super Bowl.
Make sure it flips, though.
Yeah. Tails. So, Diane, this year.
Okay. I got the wings, the tail.
Well, thanks for both of you for putting your names forward. I really appreciate it.
And Debbie's got number 2, yeah?
And I would say, Shane, is it inappropriate if there's a need, and for whatever reason, Diane can't make something, that Debbie could, fill in with the proper briefing on there? Are you okay with that? Given some time. I can't call you today and say, you gotta testify tomorrow if you're not comfortable, but I think that would be a good, backup plan. Item number 11, Madam Clerk.
So
Presentation
I'm sorry,
and
Lisa.
discussion.
Lisa, real
Sorry.
quick, is there any kind of formal action on this, on that appointment? I know they flipped the coin, but is there like formality to that, or is that good enough? That's how you do it? Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, thank you.
We could take all our votes that way. That would be good. Madam Clerk, item number 11.
Presentation and discussion regarding priority-based budgeting with Tyler Technologies.
Thank you, and AC Mariotti will be, our finance director, will present this item, and welcome Ian McLean of Tyler Technologies, who will be presenting virtually.
Yes,
Mr. Mariotti.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm just here pretty much to facilitate the discussion and advance slides, but to save some time for this fairly robust discussion I think we're about to undertake, I'll just introduce Ian and Jesse, who are 2 of 3 members of our implementation team on the ResourceX priority-based budgeting tool that we'll be using to undertake the council-approved initiative to undertake a priority-based budgeting in the fiscal year 2027 year. Shane.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I just, in light of what time it is and knowing that you have this little internal agreement that at 8 o'clock you want to take a break, I'm wondering if you should just take a break right now
Yep.
and then jump into this so that it goes uninterrupted.
Because we have another item after that
We-
as
we do.
well.
We do.
A study session. So everybody okay with that? 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yeah.
5 minutes. You're drowning.
Well, Yeah, they pulled it out, put the lining in.
Oh, are we protected from down here too? So they can't shoot out our legs?
Well, that's from there, that's where, anyway, so when we drop down and get a lot of protection, and when these go in, these will be bulletproof as well. And then they'll put a plate right here along the whole, that will protect this part here.
How many other townhouses are doing this around the state?
All of them that I've been a part of has had bulletproofing on that. Not a pair like this, but
Yeah.
down below.
Oh, really? Wow. State of our society. Right, yeah, no, it'd be good. Yeah, you will read afterwards to keep up to speed.
It's a full Windsor, it's not a half. Yeah. It has to be full. Some guys do the bow tie. Yeah, you have to. I got to bring your private. Bring them there with you. Teach him how to tie. Have you remind you sometimes. Well, I need to teach you how to make that. He does got to crease it very rapid. No, I never tie a full Windsor. But I thought that's how you're piece it. But I'm not arguing with a bow tie expert. You know better than I do. Goodness gracious. Okay, I'm gonna start wearing my ties. Okay. Ready to go, Mayor? I am. I was just waiting for you. So trying to be better.
Welcome back. Our 5 minutes has expired. And before AC starts, I think Shane wanted to kind of kick us off, maybe as a little reminder of what we're working on and why we're working on it. Shane?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. And AC, thank you for giving me a little bit of time on the front end of this. Just by way of housekeeping, just make sure that when we go on breaks, we have the mic turned off, your mic turned off. It'll pick up conversations and stuff outside. So, all right, that said, Mayor and Council, with this budget year, we embarked on this journey of implementing priority-based budgeting, a new way of approaching our budget every year, using data to help us drive decision-making, bring greater transparency to the budget process. And you'll see how that unfolds as we get into next year's budget process itself. as well as helping us to align our budget allocations with the values and priorities of the community. That's spoken through you as our elected representatives. In order for us to implement, we have to score our programs. Scoring tells us how aligned with our priorities our programs are. In order to do that, we need to go through this exercise of revisiting our strategic plan and our, not the focus points, those 5 focus areas of the strategic plan. I think those are good. But we need to revisit the objectives supporting those focus areas. And it's those objectives that help us score our programs, in the priority-based priority-based budgeting tool. So we thought it was a good idea, now that we're into the implementation, to have our consultants through Tyler kind of give you a high view of priority-based budgeting again, so that you can keep in your mind's eye what we're trying to accomplish and have that in your thoughts as we enter into the exercise in November on recreating or revisiting our strategic plan objectives in support of those 5 focus areas. Is that making sense? I just want to make sure that I'm connecting with you on the importance of this.
Any questions from anybody yet?
Okay,
Yep.
Thank you. Turn the time over. Thank you, AC.
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Ian and Jesse.
Good evening, Ian and Jesse. Can you hear us okay?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
We can. Thank you.
There we go.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening.
All right. So AC is going to run through the slides for me. So AC, I guess when I just kind of signal you to move on to the next slide, we'll go from there. So we can go on to the next slide.
There we go.
All right. So my name is Jesse Muñiz. There on the list, head of customer success with Tyler Technologies. And obviously with me is Ian. So Ian, just let you introduce yourself really quick before we move on.
Yes, I'm a customer success manager on the priority-based budgeting team here at Tyler Technologies. I've been kind of the primary boots on the ground for the project on the Tyler side. I've got about 18 months experience with performing priority-based budgeting with Tyler Technologies. And before that, I worked as an implementation consultant for Enterprise ERP, formerly known as Munis. But your ERP software, I worked 4.5 years working on the financial side of that. So I've experienced from the Tyler side of getting anything financial up and running for cities, towns, counties.
Thank you, Ian. As for myself, just really quickly, I'm based out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, so not too far from you all. I've been in local government now for well over 20 years. I began my career as an auditor for state and local governments here in New Mexico. Went on to work for the city of Albuquerque for about 13 years. I was actually an implementer of priority-based budgeting for the city of Albuquerque. The last couple of years that I was there, we were looking to get a better understanding of our budget process too. Our budget process always seemed to be a black box. And so the city council really wanted to get a better understanding of what the budget was and what it looked like. And so we did a pilot program where we were looking at our public safety departments. And then we moved on to some of our social service areas. So was an implementer on that side, on the side of UAR. I decided that, I really wanted to kind of do this for other organizations as well. It's something that I'm very passionate about and something near and dear to my heart. And so basically just asked Chris, do you need some help to implement this for other organizations? And so here I am today, being able to talk to you all as a council and other organizations as well. So on the list there, as you see, is Chris Fabian, our Senior Director of Product Strategy, the brainchild behind priority-based budgeting. He is not with us tonight, but is with us in spirit all the time as we go through these projects. So next slide, please. Sorry, I don't, my view is kind of strange. I'm seeing Ian on my screen, but I do see the slide off to the side, so apologize. So really quick, we're going to our agenda here. Again, we're just going to go real high-level overview of the PBB methodology. So I don't want to get too knee-deep into it. I know you've been presented this information before from Chris, so I don't want to give a complete recap of what he's done in the past. We'll kind of touch on some of the technology and advancements we have been using to get your project going, and what we're going to be using into the future as we complete the data set. And then I'll hand it off to Ian, where we'll kind of talk about the project plan currently, where we're at, and then looking ahead for Sahuarita. Next slide, please. And we can go on to the next slide. So just going to quickly touch on priority-based budgeting. So very simply, well, what is priority-based budgeting? For those of you who don't recall, or just as a reminder, it really simply, priority-based budgeting is a unique, what we call unique and innovative approach that helps local governments and organizations allocate their funds based on your community needs and your priorities. So as Mr. Dilley said earlier, what we're trying to accomplish is developing a data set from your current budget system and really trying to identify what are we investing in terms of how they align with the priorities in the strategic plan for Sahuarita. So we're going to be doing that by answering 3 basic questions. And what we're trying to do from a priority-based budgeting standpoint is we really want to kind of change the mindset, change the view of how you're looking at the budget, right? So as that point says, we want to disassociate decision-making from an account number, from a line item perspective, a traditional budgeting perspective, and really start to look at your budget from making sure that you're funding the programs and services that are meeting very specific needs, right? And so the platform that we provide as a software is going to help identify what those are and how they align with those particular priorities. And so next slide, please. The methodology itself, in terms of what we're trying to do here, is, I can get to the next slide. There we go. Methodology. So we're basically answering, very simplistically, 3 questions, right? We want to ask the question, well, what do we do? How much does it cost to do it? And what do these programs provide? In terms of what do we do, we're doing that, and we're answering that question by developing a program inventory. So Ian's been working with all your departments and saying, we want to identify all the services and programs you provide, and we're going to list those out. And the next step is going to be we're going to take your line item budget data, we're going to allocate those line items to say how much of this is supporting the programs and services that you are developing as part of your program inventory. So we'll be taking your personnel budgeted items, your operating expense items, moving those to programs so that we can try to get to what we call bottom line cost of providing these programs and services. And then, to Mr. Dilley's point at the end, we're going to be taking those programs and say, okay, we want to know just how well they align with our strategic plan, right? We're going to evaluate every program against the strategic plan. We're also going to evaluate every program over some basic program attributes, and we'll touch on that here in a second. But we're really starting to look at, from a program perspective, very simple things like the level of mandate of the program, a population of the program, demand of the program. So some very basic points in addition to the strategic plan itself to get us a collective view of where does it align with what we're trying to accomplish here. So how are we going to get there? That'll be on the next slide. This is just our roadmap of the project itself. So although we're trying to interpret the budget differently and look at the budget differently, the line item traditional budget process is still in play. We still want to use that line item data that we have currently, and we want to use that to translate the budget, right? So we're going to do that by developing that program inventory. Next, we're going to do the program allocation costing. We'll then move into the program scoring. And once we get to that information, we have a data set that hopefully allows us to take action, right? We want to look at resource reallocation opportunities, any revenue generating opportunities, how this data set will then help inform budget decisions going forward in 2027 by saying, we can now look at our budget and say, the reason we want to do this is because it aligns with this strategic priority at this level. And so that's the type of information that we're helping build for everyone going forward. Next slide, please. So first thing we're going to do, again, as I mentioned, we want to develop that program inventory. And this is just high level program inventory in terms of what we're doing is we kind of think about it as your elevator pitch, right? What is it that you do? If a constituent asked you what services you provide or what do you do in terms of helping the community, you're going to answer in terms of the items that you provide, right? Things like senior meal service programs, park maintenance, youth sports programs, right? We want to understand what we do in those types of terms as opposed to just talking about the budget in terms of funds, revenue sources, divisions, departments, et cetera, right? So the program inventory itself is going to be the foundation of the data that we're developing. Again, it's programs that we call are the services that are providing to the stakeholders, right? So the citizens out there, what are we doing directly for them? What are we doing indirectly for them? And in priority-based budgeting terms, in terms of how we categorize programs, we look at programs in two different types. We look at programs from a community standpoint and a governance standpoint. From a community standpoint, kind of think of it as direct services, right? So those programs that I mentioned earlier, youth sports, senior meal delivery services, park maintenance, programs and services that are directly affecting the community as a whole. And then on your governance side, those programs are going to be more like, what are the functions to operate the government, right? You got to pay the bills, you got to pay the people, you got to collect the money, right? So understanding that there's also some internal service functions, some operational things that have to happen to run the government. And so we categorize those types of programs as governance programs because they are important. We want to know just how valuable we are meeting the goal of things like high performance governance. So in order to do that is we want to identify those services as well. So next slide, once we kind of get to program inventory, again, we go into that allocation, what we call program cost allocation. So here's where we're going to take personnel, so your employees. We want to know where they're spending their time. Very simply, if I'm an employee and I spend my time on 4 or 5 services or programs, I'm going to allocate my time accordingly to those programs. And then I'm going to take my operating expenses, so think like my supplies, my contractual service, and my professional services. I want to map out, well, what do those line items represent? What programs do they support? I'm going to allocate costs to those programs as well. And then from a revenue standpoint, for revenues that are outside of the general fund, so to take general fund off the table for now, what we're looking at in terms of revenue are what are the revenues that we collect? What are the fees that we collect? What are the charges that we have and collect money for? Any other revenue outside of the general fund that helps support these programs and services. We want to capture that as well because if we can, we want to show that net cost of providing a program. So if I do have senior meal services program and I have a cost associated with it in terms of personnel and operating expenses, if I do collect any money, any sort of fee charge, any sort of grant money, et cetera, I want to show that as well because I want to have an informed decision about just how much, just net cost wise, what does it take to provide this program or service. And finally, next slide, please. We'll get into what we call the program scoring. So on program scoring, we're going to be looking at your strategic plan and saying, okay, how do these programs align with your strategic plan? We look at your plan and say, which of these items are more community results oriented? So things like, economic development, safe cities, safe towns, public safety. Those are more of your community results that you're looking for, right? Your governance results are going to be more like, high performing governance, et cetera. Those are the ones that we're going to evaluate against those. But we also evaluate every single program against what we call basic program attributes. And we have 5 of them that we look at. So every program is going to get evaluated under the attribute of mandate. What we want to know is there a requirement to provide a particular program and service? And if so, what's the level of that? Is it a state or federal requirement? Is it a local town charter requirement? Or is there no official requirement? It's just something that our town needs. And so we've been providing the service, but it's not necessarily a must or a have to based on any sort of laws. The second one we look at is reliance. What we just want to know simply is, are you the only entity that can provide a particular program or service? Or is the potential out there for any sort of partners to kind of help us provide these things? The third one we look at is population served. Very simply, we're just looking in terms of the program and services. who is getting the service related to this program or service. Is it less than 10% of the population? Is it up to 50% of the population? Or is it the majority of the population? We just asked simply the fourth one, is there any sort of cost recovery? So again, outside of the general fund, do we collect any revenue for a program or service? It's a simple yes or no. And then we want to look at the demand. Is the demand of a service going up? Is it going down? Or is it staying flat as far as we know? Those attributes combined with the alignment of the priorities gets us the ability to look at data and says, okay, again, how well are we investing in the priorities and the strategic plan that we have, just where are we at level-wise, and are there any opportunities? Can we look at programs that are not mandated? Can we look at programs that maybe could be partnered up with somebody else? So we got these now basic data points to kind of help us evaluate and look at the budget in a little bit different lens. Next slide, please. Now, this is just kind of like a really generic view of the budget, right? You know, just like line items, you see things on there kind of got covered there, but you know, things like supplies, professional services, etc. And one of the challenges that organizations have, and a challenge that we faced when I was doing this in Albuquerque was, you know, you really could never tell based on looking at a budget from a line item perspective, whether or not you were really investing or moving the needle on some of the things, right? So could you look at a budget document? Could you look at a line item and say, are we getting safer and more prosperous? Are we really funding economic vitality? Funny story really quick is I had a counselor come to me one day and ask just how much we invested in our airplane that we had at the city of Albuquerque. And I kind of gave him a look because I had no idea that we had an airplane at the city of Albuquerque because you could never see it in our budget. And so I had to kind of dig around, make some phone calls, send some emails, and finally got to a point where I said, I think we invest about $300,000 a year based on what I've been finding. It wasn't until we implemented priority-based budgeting that it actually showed up as a program within our public safety. And so now I was able to say, hey, we have 2 FTE equivalents. We invest X dollars in contracts, and it cost about $200,000 to $300,000 to actually run this program. But I couldn't see that before if I was just looking at the budget from a fund line item division department perspective. So this helps us get a little bit deeper right into how we look at our budget. So next slide, please. And what we're trying to get to is what this will show is we'll go from a line item perspective. And if you click on it again, we're going to then translate the line items to now a program perspective. So you can see there we have programs and costs associated with those particular programs. And then finally, if you click one more time, we can then visually see how well we're investing in those community priorities and in those 5 basic attributes of demand, for cost recovery, reliance, etc. So in a situation like this, this is a example here that you can see from a community safety standpoint. We're investing about, I believe that's $140 million. That's telling us that there's an extreme alignment, $140 million worth of program, extremely aligns with the priority of community safety. And we want to say, that's great. Now, why is that? What are we doing that shows that we're investing so much in this area? And we're going to be able to see that for everything that you do within your organization. And next slide, please. And what we're hoping to build towards is what we call, if you haven't seen this before, you should see this over and over again. And I really want to burn this in everybody's brain as they're doing this project, is we call this process, you know, a blueprint for funding the future. And so in any organization that we work with, you're really looking at 2 things. You either have new needs, right? You have new challenges that you're trying to tackle, things that are coming about that you haven't done before, and you have new needs. Maybe you're just trying to enhance current programming. Maybe you're underinvested in some of the things that you're doing, and so you need to invest more. On the other end, maybe you don't have any new needs. Maybe what we're looking at is just maintaining and preserving the current service levels that we have. Or we could be possibly looking at how can we lower our tax rates? Maybe we can do some refunds or something in terms of what we're doing. So we kind of have 2 lenses that we look at, and we want to pull 1 or 2 levers. We either want to free up and reallocate the resources that we have, or possibly generate new revenue. And we do that by looking at those 6 items there that you see at the bottom of the screen. We want to look at things like sourcing, and questions that we want to ask are, can we use the data? Can we see? Are we able to leverage partners, source anything else with any quasi-government organization or private entity in order to free up some of our general fund dollars to reinvest? On an efficiency standpoint, can we look at, are we overlapping anything in services? Can we find some efficiencies? Can we use some technology to automate some of our processes? Can we augment volunteers to help offset some of the costs of doing some of the services? And so we want to look at all the efficiencies available to us in order, again, to free up those resources. We want to look at things like service levels, right? What is the minimum service level requirement for providing a program? How much can we get away with? What is the bare minimum in some areas, and where do we need to go overboard in others? We want to be able to evaluate that based on what we're doing. From a revenue standpoint, it's your typical things that you see in revenues, fees and charges. You know, really what you're looking at for those things that you're charging a fee or charging a fee for. Is, are you covering the cost of this program? Is there an opportunity to increase? Are you charging too much? Do you need to decrease the fee that you're looking at, right? And so there's some ways that we look at those there. Grants, always on the table. I know grants aren't free. They are a lot of work, you know, but they are available. Sometimes there might be something out there that you can utilize to continue to fund a program or service, and so we definitely don't want to take those off the table. And so we want to look at all the opportunities between sourcing, efficiency, service levels, fees, and grants before the very last one there. Although we don't like to talk about it, it's still an option on the table if we cannot help find any of the previous 5 things. And at the end of the day, you decide, you know what, we got to look at our taxes, and we may have to increase them. That's always on the table, but we do want to present a scenario where that is the ultimately very last resort. So we want to be able to provide data and decisions and information to kind of make sure you don't do that. So how are we going to get there, or how have we started getting there? So next slide, please. Next 2 slides, we're going to get into how we're trying to help the organization navigate through this. Back in the old day, a PBB, when I was implemented in Albuquerque, and when I first joined, we used to kind of just develop this data, programs, allocations, and costs. It was all done organically, meaning everyone would sit down at their desks on the software and do all the things. Projects could take a little bit longer. You know, it's hard to do, especially this first year when you're trying to develop brand new data. And so to counter that, in order to help organizations get through this process faster, we're starting to use technology, right? We're starting to use things like machine learning techniques. We're starting to use AI. We're really digging into our databases of all the clients that we worked with, over 300 clients, and say, what has everyone been doing? So we can take all the information that we've been doing. We can also look at other organizations that we haven't quite worked with and say, okay, we can help you identify as a department your inventory of services. We can give you a possible list of services that you provide and get you a starting point. So rather than you sit down at your desk and say, well, what do? I can hand you a list of 20 to 50 programs and say, looks like you do some of these things. Let's start to narrow that down so we can get a really good list of services that you provide. We can also take that data. We can also take that information and say, we think it costs X number of dollars to provide this program and services using our machine learning techniques. So again, get you a starting point. You don't have to start from zero. You can react to something and say, yep, we're pretty close there, or no, we need to make some adjustments here. But again, we can now get to a point where we can give you the estimated cost of programs and services based on our experience. We can also do the same for scores. So we can take similar programs and services offered by any other town, any city, county, and say, these types of programs typically align with these priorities in this way, and we can predict that. And again, you can look at the information and say yes or no, pretty close, no, we need to make some adjustments. But again, it does provide a starting point. So projects that usually could take, in the olden days, from 8 to 9 months can really be condensed, if we wanted to, down to a 2 or 3 month time frame. But this is all because of the techniques and the abilities of technology to help us get there. And then that final point there is that once we have a data set, using technology, we can start to come up with ideas. Do you need some cost-saving ideas? Do you need some revenue-generating ideas? Well, we can help you come those up. And so with our next slide there, we can get into identifying those cost-saving and revenue opportunities using our AI technology. So we can comb our database of everyone that we've ever worked with from 10 years ago till now. We can look at information for other organizations as well and say, find me a very similar program that the town of Sahuarita does and come back to me with some ideas for saving money and for generating additional revenue. And so our insight report, what we're going to get to later on down the line that Ian will touch on, is that we can take your data and say, here's all the programs and services that Sahuarita offers. Give me back some ideas, and we can give you an insight report that says, okay, here's this city, this town, this county, this state. They did this to save money, or they did this to generate revenue. So it's going to look at your programs and services. It's going to look and find some pattern matching and say, do I find anything similar? If I do, give me back some information. It's probably hard to see on this slide, but this is a program that's a historic preservation program. In this example, we were able to find some insights that said, here's an opportunity to save some money here. Here's an opportunity to generate some revenue. And that came out to be at about a $50,000 opportunity, depending on what official action was taken. And if we go to the next slide, same type of example, we find a food assistance program. So through our technology, we're saying, give me some ideas. And again, between these ideas, we found anywhere from $150,000 to $300,000 of opportunity between saving money and generating revenue to continue to provide this service. And that's in terms of, if you can save an amount of money from a general fund perspective, think about it. You can now reinvest those dollars into those programs and services that maybe need a little bit more attention that maybe they haven't been given to in the past. And then the next slide there, final one for me, is just another example of a substance abuse counseling treatment center that gave us some ideas of a sliding fee scale and partnering some nonprofits. Again, our insight report's going to give you the idea. It's going to give you who did it. It's going to give you the source of where we found the information. And then it's going to provide you, if you wanted to do this, here's some of the possible implementation steps it would take. And based on your size of your budget, the size of the cost of your program, you could potentially save X amount of dollars, or you could potentially generate X amount of revenue if this idea is actually viable for you as a town. So this is all through technology, again, machine learning techniques, AI. We're going to take your data set and we're going to try to help identify where we can, going forward, how you can continue to provide the current programs and services, and possibly, hopefully, help you identify where can we find some money to invest in areas that we wanted to before. With that, I'm going to pass along to my colleague Ian, and he's going to walk you through the project plan, where we're at, and where we're going to be headed.
Yep, thank you, Jesse. So the next slide here, we can talk about our plan for implementing priority-based budgeting, PBB, at the town. And so the first major point is that we basically implemented immediately with fiscal year 26 budget data rather than waiting for fiscal year 27 budget development. So we're using the current fiscal year's budget, something that's already been approved, signed off, hard posted to the general ledger. And the reason for that there's a few benefits. One is smoothing out the workload. So rather than having to build this data set, look at things, refine it, while also creating the budget requests for the departments, we allow them to start working on priority-based budgeting now, and so there's less of a burden down the road during the formal budget season. And that's because program inventories, they carry over year to year. We don't have to start from scratch and develop a whole new list of programs. What you do, what you provide to the community year to year tends to stay relatively the same with just some minor changes. Things like how your staff spends their time, those percentage breakdowns of, I'm an employee that has a 50-50 split between two programs, tends to stay the same roughly year to year. There might be some changes, but we can carry that over. And so by working on the 26 budget, it's going to be pretty similar to what the 27 budget is, going to hopefully look like, what projected to look like. Another benefit of implementing immediately is lessons learned and being able to adjust. And lessons learned in the sense of we would like this to be an exact black-white science, but there is an art to priority-based budgeting, what constitutes a truly good program can slightly differ from department to department, entity to entity. And so we make some decisions regarding guidance, how we might, generally, push, lean departments one way or another, certain philosophies that we might adopt that are in a gray area. And if we find that the results from this year zero aren't exactly what we're looking for, now we can pivot, try the other direction, and see if that yields better results in fiscal year 2027 budget preparation. And then lastly, by implementing now, that gives us on the Tyler end more time to create those program insights for you. And so they're in the hands of department heads. They're in the hands of decision makers at the beginning of the whole budget preparation process rather than in the middle or towards the tail end of it. And so you don't have to read through it and scramble. You can have it day one and start making budget requests, start having budget discussions with these insights in hand. And then another decision we made regarding the implementation of priority-based budgeting is we've separated out operating and capital budgets. They're going to be kind of done parallel. There's a toggle in our software tool where you switch from the operating side over to the capital side. And the reason for that is there's just lots of little things where operating programs and capital programs are treated differently. Kind of the decisions around budgeting and funding are different. How they score and rank tends to be skewed one way or the other. And so we can now, by separating them out, compare more apples to apples on the operating side and oranges to oranges on the capital side. And yeah, just in general, the discussion between amendments, adjustments, requests in the future for capital budgets tends to be slightly different than amendments, requests, projections on the operating side. So those are the two major decision points. With that, on the next slide, we'll talk about how things have been going so far. So we started the program inventory phase August 12th. With that, on the Tyler Technology side, we gave a training and we rolled out a predicted set of programs to all departments. And over the course of August into early September there, they reviewed it and they completed it September 2nd. And as a result, we have 123 operating programs that were identified and 31 capital programs or capital projects that were identified. Moving on to the next slide, we are currently in phase 2, the cost allocation phase. And so that started September 3rd, immediately after phase 1 completed, and we're expected to complete that next week on September 29th. And so with that, on the Tyler side, we predicted using your fiscal year 26 budget data, where people's time went, what the revenues for certain programs might look like, and the non-personnel costs as well. Departments are in the process of reviewing that and making their adjustments. So far, so good. The check-ins that I've had via office hours or emailed questions all seem to be pretty promising that departments are taking it seriously, looking at it, asking the right questions. And so I expect us to hit that September 29th deadline with quality data. And then that will bring us into phase 3, the program scoring phase. We've had some discussion about that even today. So I think we're going to try to have that phase start October 1st, if I'm not mistaken. And with that, we will have predicted scores. So how each program lines up to the strategic plan, how each program lines up with those 5 BPAs, basic program attributes. And this phase, like the others, we're expecting maybe roughly 3 weeks. And so that would put us into mid or late October for completion of that phase. And so next slide. So looking forward, with the completion of these 3 phases, what does that mean? That means with phase 3 complete, us on the Tyler side can start working on that insights report, looking at all the programs and generating some of those new revenue ideas, some of those efficiency, cost-saving ideas, which I'm sure Jesse mentioned or touched upon it, but nowhere in that insight report ever says cut the program, just delete it, get rid of that staff or abandon it. It's always going to be, we want to maintain this program. It's there for a reason. So how can we do it better, or how can we get more support, grant funding, whatever it may be for it? So in case there was any unease or nervousness by anyone hearing what our insights are like, it's never ever going to be just, it's on the chopping block, it's gone, that's our Tyler recommendation. No, never. Beyond that, that gets us prepared for the fiscal year 2027 budget preparation. With priority-based budgeting, it is new, it is different, but it shouldn't significantly impact your timeline. Everything that went into budget preparation for fiscal year 2026, it should be roughly the same, with same start date, same council approval, vote dates, things like that. I don't expect there to be any major changes there. Just now we should have more data to look like, more fruitful, impactful discussions surrounding the 27 budget. And then in regards to, I've been told there's a council retreat in mid-November with potential of revisiting and discussing the strategic plan. By completing an implementation on fiscal year 26 budget data, you can see what the results of those scores are, and that can be there to inform and guide if there is a change to the strategic plan. PBB doesn't necessarily have to be the one and only sole focus developing the strategic plan just so it fits us perfectly, but we are using that strategic plan to create budget data, and we can see what that budget data looks like, and hopefully that can inform you and maybe slightly adjust maybe some terminology or the size and scope of those goals. And so with that, I'll dive a little bit deeper into how we took the current strategic plan and put it into priority-based budgeting as it currently stands. So on the next slide, we saw that you have 5 focus areas containing 15 goals underneath it, or objectives underneath them. And those 5 focus areas do seem to fit the mold. They're exactly what we're looking for on the priority-based budgeting side. 4 of those 5 naturally fit community priorities. Those are those program services that are directly going out to citizens, to local businesses, maybe to neighboring towns and counties. And then 1 of those focus areas naturally fits the governance side. A more internally focused programs would be scored against it. That would be the highly performing organization focus area. The other 4 fit towards community outward facing items. The 15 goals or objectives underneath those, we've included it in kind of the description of these PBB scoring items as context, but they do tend to be too narrow for the PBB methodology. There is something great to be said for a very specific, limited, focused objective, but within the PBB framework, we tend to go a little broader, little kind of anyone can get in on it. And so as a demonstration of that, on the next slide, I just took a snapshot from the document with your strategic plan, and infrastructure and facilities. Great, excellent. That is a focus area that many programs across many departments could get involved in. Right, public works, parks and recreation, IT, finance and technology, they could all have programs that are dedicated, have some influence, are working towards this idea of infrastructure and facilities. But using as an example, the top item there, the meet and maintain an average overall condition index OCI rating for all roads at a minimum of good by 2028. With that presentation on the bicycle event and the contract, right? We talked about road condition being important there. It's an excellent goal to have. Would never dissuade you from saying we need to scrap that, but we wouldn't implement that into the PBB methodology because how many programs, even within Public Works, would contribute to that specific goal of road quality, right? And if you're outside of Public Works, how Parks and Rec isn't going to be involved with that, police department isn't going to be involved with that, human resources would have no shot. And so if we get too narrow too often on too many things we're scoring, that could lead to frustrations from the other departments feeling like, well, I've got no shot, all my programs are going to score bad, like it just feels bad to them. And so we like that that's a specific goal. We'll keep it in the context and the definition of what infrastructure and facilities might mean to the town as a whole, but it wouldn't be a directly implementable item. And so I think that was maybe what Shane was touching on at the very beginning, is maybe we expand this list of goals to include more examples across more departments, or do we roll it up into potentially more focus areas? Not for us to give a 100% direct recommendation here, but just you can see how it would affect the PBB process. And then that brings us to our final slide, my closing notes here. Having worked with the town, I would say that this project is going great. I'm very optimistic for it. Enthusiasm for and participation has been very high. The number of people attending the meetings is, very high. There's not a lot of invites that go unanswered or people that were invited and don't show up. Attendance has been great. We do office hours where it's just kind of a informal, hey, if you want to stop by and ask questions, you can. And those always get a handful of people. The amount of times where we have it and no one shows up is unfortunately too high, but that has not been with Sahuarita. Someone's always showing up asking questions, and they're always good questions, not just how do I get through today, but they're looking at, well, what's going to happen next year? What's going to happen the year after that? Asking the right sorts of things. No major hurdles or risks at this time. There's nothing that keeps me up at night, nothing that makes me go, like, I'm not sure if we're going to hit deadlines or timelines. So far, all timelines have been hit, and I don't expect that to change at this moment. And, I let off with it, but yeah, ultimately, we're optimistic about the success of this project in the town, and we think that it will produce good results for Sahuarita. So with that concludes our presentation, and I'll turn it back over to AC or whoever on the town side.
AC, did you have any wrap-up comments before we open it up for questions? Or Shane?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as Ian and Jesse had mentioned, I think the process is going extremely well, and there is a high level of optimism and enthusiasm in getting this project completed in the timeframes that have been outlined. For me personally, I'm really excited about how this process is going to lend itself into the strategic plan development process, because I really think it's going to help us produce a better strategic plan, which is just going to serve the community better in the future and help us to evaluate these programs more effectively and efficiently to maximize the benefits of this effort altogether. So, initially I think when we were talking, we were looking at this being potentially a 2-year process, but we may actually be able to get this done in 1 year and have it implemented in time for the 2027 budget, and I think that would be fantastic.
Yeah, no, thanks. I was glad to see that we're going to revisit the strategic plan, because I heard multiple times, to really tie it to that. And we haven't really revisited, with changing things that have happened, where are we at on that? So I was glad to see that, I guess, November-ish timeframe, we'll probably look at putting together a retreat on the strategic plan just to revisit it.
Yeah, we're lining up a facilitator to help us with that process, help the council and staff through that process. But we're targeting November to have a 1-day retreat with the council and to get our strategic plan geared up for the 2027 budget process, so that we have a recalibrated strategic plan to score our programs against. For
Right.
this round, we're going to use our current strategic plan
Right.
and get that baseline in. We'll learn a lot in this process, but we need to true up that strategic plan for the 2027 budget process and the PBB use.
Yep. And AC, other than, I guess, or maybe that is the result of aligning, is there an expectation, what success looks like, that there might be an aha moment that we have a lower priority of a particular program, but we're spending lots of money on it, and then that will become apparent? I was just trying to search, what does, other than implementing it, which would be successful in itself, considering we're looking at 1 year as opposed to 2 years, but, other than that, from a monetary standpoint, what does, in your mind or Shane's mind, look like success at the end of it? What would be like 1 or 2 factors that would be an outcome that you would feel would be successful?
Mr. Mayor, that's an excellent question. I think it can work either way. If going through this process would identify that we're putting a lot of money into something that would be a lower priority, I think we'd have to ask ourselves, is that the right thing to do? And, maybe we need to shift things around a little bit, right, to make sure that we're doing things that provide the most value to the community. And that's not to say that things that are a lower tier aren't important. I think all the things that we do are important. But again, when you're dealing with limited resources, you want to get the biggest bang for your buck, right?
And that's kind of what I was thinking about, because obviously we're probably not doing it because it's not necessary, but we could be spending, more money on it than we would have expected. So kind of how do you balance it all to, because a lot of stuff is, the important stuff is resident facing, right? But you need all the, sort of the back office stuff to make that happen. And I guess I was just searching, is it, grants or the way other communities have done it? Is it a possibility we're looking for those, a few aha moments that, well, we've always done it, we've always built it in, and we've never really opened the box up, so to speak, to.
Yeah,
to
why
look
are we doing this in the first place? But yeah, I think, through the Insight report and through this process, certainly there could be opportunities to generate additional revenues to offset programmatic costs. I think that would be a huge win for us. But even if we go through this process and we find out that our 2026 budget is very well aligned with
Right.
the things that matter most to the community, then I think we have confirmation that indeed that is the case. I think right now we believe that's the case through our current process, but how do we actually demonstrate that in some sort of objective fashion to this community? And I think that's where this process lends itself to that sort of transparency side of the budgeting effort.
And you don't expect to find a plane that we haven't seen before
Yeah,
or anything
yeah.
out of there, do you?
I
It's
hope
rhetorical.
we don't find any planes. We shouldn't.
Mayor, I appreciate AC pointing out that, we could go through this process and find that the budget that we have put together is pretty comfortably aligned with our community values. That's great. I mean, how many times do we go to these professional conferences or state conferences and we hear presenters present on best practices and we're like, hey, we're doing that, right? So, I mean, that's good to have that confirmation. Right now, we cannot answer the question, what does it cost us to provide our animal control services?
Right.
We can't answer, what does it cost us to, fill in the blank, right? It's because we haven't broken our budget down that way, and where we've allocated staff time to each of the programs that we provide, and we're counting our pencils and paper and, electricity and everything like that, right? So one of the outcomes of this exercise is that we'll be able to answer those types of questions. We'll know exactly what we do and what it costs us to do it. And then we score it against our values, and that puts us in a wonderful position to make data-driven decisions, right? And that's huge.
Right.
That's huge. Ian is one of the the products or deliverables, does the program still give us that tree plot? Is that what you guys call it, where it's the quartiles and it's different shades and all the programs?
Yeah, the matrix there.
What do you call that? It's like a tree plot or something, right? I mean, I don't, but it's a very powerful image that helps us to see the different size of the programs is indicative of how much money we're putting into that program. And the shade of the color is indicative. The darker the color, the more aligned with our community values it is. And so you can imagine the 120 plus programs that we've identified or services that we provide, and those are all scored in some way, somehow, and it spits out this image that is very powerful in telling a story. And we can identify, we might have a really large program that doesn't score very well. Right? We might have a very small program that's really dark in their color, meaning it's incredibly aligned. And we might say, well, we needed to shift some resources, people and budget support, to make the smaller program that's aligned really well bigger, because our community needs that, because it's, you know what I mean?
Right.
So we can make those kind of decisions because we now have the data to support it and help us identify it. A lot of this it's just not on our radar because it's not presented in the way that this tool is going to allow us to do it.
That's kind of what I was thinking of, it's detail oriented. So everything that we do or spend or allocate, there'll be, a line item virtually, for it, right? So it's a little bit, I guess, transparent or understandable from that. And obviously, I'm sure it's morphed over time, but, with the ability of AI, right, to do it, years ago, it probably would have maybe not made sense from a time perspective, because it would just take so much time physically, to go through it and figure everything out, that it probably wouldn't be worth it. But, because of the way, technology has developed, it could probably spit out a product pretty quickly and have a placeholder for every single hour we spend and every single dollar, that we spend. So it'll be interesting to see how aligned we are actually with what we say we want to focus on. But again, I'm glad we're going to revisit the strategic plan, because I think doing, an update as things change each year, one, it would give us the ability, quickly, right, to do priority-based budgeting depending on how the needs change, over year to year from that. Any questions from my right? Thoughts, questions? Any questions from my left? Okay, go ahead. Oh, before I do that, Diane, Kim, just so I don't forget, Kim, do you have any questions from what you heard before I go to Councilmember Priolo?
No, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. I just didn't want to forget you out in the ether. Diane?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding things, this priority-based budget will help us make tough decisions better and base it on hard data and not just emotion. It'll give us all of it'll align it with values, and it'll help us make tough decisions when we have only a certain amount of resources to choose from in climates where we may be tight with program cash and have big unexpected needs that manifest like a leaky lake. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all about the data being in front of you so you can make important decisions when you need to.
And build it into the
And
budget.
I'll also add that, the data will be top to bottom across the organization, so it will allow departments to make probably more informed, better budget requests, that maybe make it easier for you to make decisions. They're going to produce a more high quality proposal for you to look at, and it'll also, maybe get citizens more involved as well, but yes.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I imagine it's not a department that couldn't use or wouldn't want to have more people, or more money. But I guess this gives us the ability between the strategic plan, at least for the department heads, to kind of understand where their priorities are and maybe come in more realistically. I'm not saying they don't now, but knowing that's, the data is gonna drive it, you know, I can ask for 40 people, right? But if it's not aligned with the strategic plan, probably not asking for 40 people or expect to get them at the end of the day. Anything else from the council? And more to follow, I'm assuming. Lots
Indeed.
more to follow.
Indeed.
So stay tuned, as they say, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the gentleman being online. Appreciate it.
Yep, thank you for having us.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Next, we're going to go to the study session, but we're going to change the order. So first, 12B, the adoption process for the 2024 International Building Codes, followed by 12A, which is the economic development incentives. I guess we wanted to end with Victor and exciting news about incentives. I'm only assuming, but welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Mayor Murphy. Are you suggesting building codes are not exciting?
No, I would never suggest that.
Well, thank you. We're here tonight for a study session regarding the adoption of the 2024 International Building Codes. Tonight's just a broad overview. We're not going to dive into details. We'll do that in a few months from now. So tonight we're just going to tell you what we're doing, why we're doing it, where we're at, and where we're going. So I have with me Andrew Parkin, who is our acting building safety manager, and Jesus Preciado, who is a plans examiner, building inspector, who's been with us for almost a year.
Yeah.
And Jesus has very bravely taken on the huge lift of going through the 2024 building codes and preparing a set of amendments. So kudos to Jesus for taking that on. And they're both troopers sticking around this late tonight. So we'll try and keep it brief for you. And with that, I will hand it over to Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus. And for all of you, when we're going through this process, and I know this is the first phase, if it's, because I know you're going to work with, you know, SABA and MPA and other, you know, groups, if there's ever opportunities, because we're always about affordable housing, right? That's always the topic of conversation. Yeah. I would love if you can tie the cost, you know, of doing these things as the end result, right? You know, you can adopt this or you cannot, but if you do adopt it, let's just make it up, mandatory rainwater harvesting, right? You know, maybe sounds good on the face of it, but the average home, it's gonna add, making it up, you know, $10,000 to the cost of it. So if you can weave in, as this goes on, the financial impact, because I think that would be important to understand, because we can want all kinds of things, but if it doubles the price of a new home, making it up, that may be not a good thing. Or if the international code is changing for a reason, you know, what were the incidents, right? If it's changing a wiring code, right? But in our whole town's existence, we've never had an issue, you know, with that particular wiring code. Whatever the upgrade would be, you know, those are the types of things I'd be interested, you know, to learn about as we work through it. Because my early days, I just thought it was sort of, okay, the international code comes up, we don't even really discuss it, we just implement everything, and then over the years I've learned, talking to other mayors, well, there's a significant impact to the development community by doing it, and because federal lobbyists, you know, want something enacted, and it really hasn't helped us, because I can make driving fatalities very easy go away. We just don't drive anymore, right? But that's not really what, you know, was possible. So I know that's long-winded, but just think about that as
That's good, and that's what we're here for tonight, is to get a little bit of feedback, that type of feedback, so that when we come back to you with the details, we know what you're looking for. It's sometimes hard to get an exact dollar value because it can vary greatly depending on the type of construction, the size of the building, but we do have our eye on that diminishing return where, you know, you spend a certain amount of money and you get a huge value, and then the more you spend, that return just drops off and drops off. So we want to make sure that our amendments and our code adoptions are getting you the most bang for your buck and really focusing on those life safety issues and less on the lifestyle type choices.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to put it. And also how our comparative communities, right? We're in competition not only with Marana and Oro Valley and Tucson and Pima County, but also Queen Creek and Casa Grande. So I think you know where my mindset comes from that particular philosophy. So if you can kind of keep that in mind or weave that in as well, because I like to be the outlier, but only on the good way and the good things, not on the opposite way.
Right, and that feedback from our customers, especially Saba, is very critical because they do have the wherewithal and they have their reach into all the communities down here. And they also communicate with the Home Builders Association up in the Phoenix area. So they're able to really identify the factors in the codes and in the amendments that have the greatest impact on the cost to build. Because they obviously have a very vested interest in keeping those costs down.
Right, and just my appreciation to all of you, early conversations with Saba, you know, they've been very complimentary that you kind of know our mindset and you're operating in there, so I just want to throw out a thank you before.
Yeah, you're very welcome. That's where having been with the town for 17 years really helps.
Thanks.
All right, I'll hand it over to Jesus now.
Good evening.
Good evening. All right, let's, can you see? Trying to manage the slide here.
Now, this is your first test. You have to use the,
So. Perfect. There we go. Thank you. So to begin with, I wanted to begin with a little bit of a background into what the building code is and how it relates to the town of Sahuarita. So currently, the town of Sahuarita is operating under the 2018 suite of building codes and the 2017 National Electrical Code. These codes are updated by the International Code Council on a 3-year cycle, but because of the costs associated with implementing these codes, they are typically adopted every other cycle. So the question boils down to, why is it necessary to update the codes? So updating the codes allows us to keep up to date with the latest construction practices, emerging technology, and the implementation of the newest materials from the field of construction, while aligning ourselves with the surrounding jurisdictions to provide a consistent base of building safety requirements that both contractors and developers are familiar with and can plan for. So staying current with the code adoption cycle also helps us minimize the risks and costs associated with falling behind, since doing so would create a greater than 6-year gap between the existing codes and current ones, which would adversely affect our ISO rating and as a result can affect the insurance rates for our citizenry. Let's see here. The current codes being recommended for adoption under the 2024 year cycle include the International Building Code, Residential Code, Plumbing Code, Mechanical Code, Fuel Gas Code, Fire Code, Swimming Pool and Spa Code, and the International Property Maintenance Code, with the National Electric Code being the exception, as its addition runs independently under the 2023 code cycle. So now, one of the key codes being brought into consideration for adoption this year is the International Existing Building Code, and its adoption will allow the ability to bridge the gap between what is considered new construction and existing construction, thus providing both homeowners and contractors the additional flexibility for partial remodels and potentially bringing down the cost of remodeling without sacrificing on our department's goal to ensure the safety of the public. So it is for this same reason that we have also opted to continue with the 2018 Energy Code as amended. Not only does this align with surrounding jurisdictions, with Marana, Oro Valley, and Pima County all opting to remain in the 2018 edition, but it allows us more time to research its impact as well as additional costs, which have been a major concern for home builders. And with this, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Andrew Parkin.
Before you do that, thanks for that last comment, because that was one of the things I was paying attention to and watching. But I know most of what these codes mean. What is the International Property Maintenance Code? What is that actually addressing or do? Because I can figure out the rest of them, but I've never heard of that one before. And
So if I may touch on it, the International Property Maintenance Code gives us a basis for when we're doing for code enforcement, and it's typically, taken care of by, not directly from the building department, but by our code enforcement, personnel. It typically details, overgrown weeds and
Okay. I never
issues like
I
that.
never imagined there was an international code for, I don't want, toilets stored on the outside, like we go up Old Nogales Highway,
Yeah.
that type of thing. Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
No, yeah, for sure.
Okay, key steps. Staff review the code changes. What that entails is an analysis of the significant changes of the our existing 2018 code to the 2021 code, and then from the 21 code to the 2024 code. From that, we can identify with our existing local amendments, the amendments that we would be changing to those amendments, and our local amendments are specific to our community. And that's driven by the desire to attract businesses and more residential properties. The next one is a town council study session where we are tonight. From there, we are going to engage with our stakeholders, which is our local builders and SABA. That has already been penciled in for October 1st as a in-person meeting at Town Hall here. We're doing a virtual meeting as an alternative the following day. So we'll get some good engagement from them, that body of people, and hopefully we'll get some good feedback. Once we've gone through that process, we shall approach the Board of Appeals for them to review our proposed amendments and the adoption of the 2024 codes. That is penciled in for October. We're looking at week commencing the 20th or the 27th. We may just, not too sure if it'll be one meeting or two meetings with the Board of Appeals, so we'll probably pencil in two just in case. And the outcome from that meeting is hopefully that we have something, an agreement or a recommendation from the Board of Appeals to adopt for the council. From there onwards, the timeline's a little vague because they may move a little bit depending on how those two meetings go. So the next proposed step would be a town council study session, which would be a deep dive, and we can probably touch on some of those topics that you've just talked about, costs of implementing codes and the effects on the local market. From there, hopefully we could move into ordinance drafting and a legal review. Not quite sure how long that would take, but from there we would come back to town council for consideration of adoption in sometime in probably late December. And then from there, we would go to implementing and training. And again, those last four items depend on timelines. They might vary a little bit. And that is the end of our presentation. We can open up for discussion and questions.
Well, I think I got a lot of mine out in the beginning. Any questions to my right? Obviously there's more to come, but I just wanted to set the table a little bit. Questions to my left? Diane?
Yes, will you be using AI like the gentleman from Tyler Technologies are going to use, where they have that nifty AI that they can compare across all the municipalities with the codes, to the mayor's point?
That's not something that we've used just yet.
Can you?
I don't believe that it's available just yet for codes or plan review or anything to do with building safety, but maybe, I'm sure it'll come along.
We need more data centers first in our area before we can do that. Sorry. Couldn't resist.
Mayor Murphy, Councilmember Priolo, if that's something that you'd like us to do, what we could do is collect the amendments from the other jurisdictions, drop them into ChatGPT and have it do a comparison. I believe it's capable of doing that. The amendments really don't list a cost, but what it does do is say where the differences and the similarities are in the amendments.
And I think to further Probably Saba, has, groups that they coordinate with, that on some of these, they could probably tell you at least their estimated cost. If we go from here to here on, let's say, electrical, it probably would add whatever, about the amount of cost. So probably our stakeholder groups have a better ability to probably price out a little bit, because, the home builders will know, okay, if we go from here to here, plumbing or whatever, it's gonna,
Right,
If
and there are certain factors in the code that are pretty easy to calculate. So if you're talking about adding some extra room on a circuit breaker, that's not that hard to figure out.
Right.
When you dive into something like, what's the cost going to be if we require air conditioning in every new residential unit? Well, most of the new builds have that. Nobody
Right.
really wants to buy a new house here, but we do have older housing stock that doesn't have it.
Mm.
So if we're going to require air conditioning, which we're actually not recommending, but some other jurisdictions have done that, how do you calculate that cost?
Right.
That can be really challenging.
Right, yeah, especially because you don't know the wiring already. You can probably find out what a 3-ton air conditioner costs, but, does the wiring, does the panel?
Right,
Does all
right,
of
so
that
that can
hold it?
vary pretty wildly, but some of the simpler ones are pretty easy.
Right. But I have a lot of confidence that the stakeholder groups are going to come up with kind of a range of what all of these things would add to the end cost of a home. 'Cause
Mayor and Council, I think you're exactly right, Mayor. I think these industries are going to come forward and help us with that. I know that when I was up in Flagstaff, they had a bit of a local lobbying group that was really putting a lot of pressure on the council to force every new home to be wired for the electric car,
Right.
to be charged, and there was a cost to that would require on every home that was part of the factoring. Back to the benchmarking question, while we may not be poised to do this in this round, we are considering AI technology for our internal use as an organization to better help us in preparing our staff reports, responding to public inquiries, using our own database, creating our own database, and then part of that tool, at least one of the options that we've been looking at, includes a benchmarking component where we can benchmark our stuff against the rest of the world out there.
Right.
And so that could come in helpful as we look at some of these code changes or whatever. We just haven't gotten there quite yet on the AI stuff, but we're actively pursuing it.
Right, thank you. Diane?
One more question. So how do we know if another municipality or town with the best of intentions adopted a code and then it had unintended consequences that they didn't anticipate, but then it bit them in the rear end? How do we know what boo-boos have been made so that we don't make the same errors?
And could I piggyback off of that? And if that did happen, can those things come back to council, and can it be reversed once you adopt something?
Yes, Mayor Murphy, Councilmember Priolo, that is a great question. That's one of the reasons why we are not on the leading edge of the code adoptions in the region. We're kind of on the tail end. We've let Pima County and the city of Tucson take the lead on it. So as they've gone through that adoption process, they've had the interaction with the stakeholder groups. They've done the outreach, had the lessons learned from that stakeholder outreach, and probably corrected a lot of the issues before they happened. Now, if something does go, we'll say, wrong with one of the code amendments, it's a council adoption. So if we're noticing issues with one of our code provisions, we can bring that back to the council. You can amend it.
Thanks.
Okay.
You do not have to wait 3 or 6 years to amend it.
Yay. Do we have to adopt every one? Or
Every
en
code?
masse, or can you say, I'm going to adopt that one, but not that one?
You can pick and choose, but they interact with each other, so it tends to make it a little more complicated.
And I think I've heard before, some of them can be amended, right, to the individual municipality. So it doesn't
Exactly.
have to be all-inclusive. If
Right.
half of it is to be aligned and everybody's okay with, but it doesn't always have to be in whole. being
That's
adopted.
correct. The amendments are local amendments, so that it gives us the ability to go into those codes and decide if there's something where maybe we need something different for local conditions. Like, for example, wind speed,
Right. Or
snow loads.
earthquakes.
We don't design our trusses for snow loads here.
Right. Right.
So that we do have that ability to create those local amendments. And the process that we're using is to look at the local amendments that the city of Tucson and Pima County have come up with and use that as a starting point. So they've done a lot of the legwork. Without using their work, this is a year process instead of a few months.
Right.
So and they've got a team of building officials working on it, coordinating with Saba and the other stakeholders. So we're really thankful for that work that they've put in. So we're not having to reinvent the wheel, but we are taking a good look at that wheel and making sure
Right,
it's the
making
right
sure
wheel
it's
for
the-
Sahuarita.
If it's a square wheel up there, we want a round wheel down
Yes.
here.
Yes, we're taking a critical eye to it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Everybody okay? More to follow, which I guess has been my mantra tonight, whether it's on any of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 12A.
Today's session regarding economic development incentives.
Thank you. Victor, you're going to give us all kinds of great news, I'm assuming, right? Or maybe.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I understand that we have a 10 o'clock curfew, so.
We do.
So that's the good news. Bad news is I have 20 slides.
Okay.
So we'll try to get through this quickly, but as well as thorough, and certainly we're talking about economic development incentives and the importance of it. So I'm sure we'll have some discussion. So yeah, this evening, the intent is to introduce to you the concepts and the potential tools that as a body you may be adopting in the near future as it relates to economic development incentives. So tonight's purpose is to introduce you in concept to these tools, how they would function in concept, get your feedback, as well as to share a little bit about the process in which we've come to look at these concepts and how we're structuring. So just want to remind you a little bit about our journey. So we introduce the question of why economic development incentives back in the May 12 Town Council meeting. Much of that meeting focused on the do's and don'ts and what Arizona state statute tells you about how you can utilize incentives. And so this evening we'll spend much of our time really on that last bullet point, which is what we're proposing by way of the incentive program. But I do want to take a little bit of time and just remind us as to what we need to consider when we're looking at economic development incentives. So just as a reminder, what are incentives? Well, incentives is really a reward. It's either financial or non-financial offering that encourages private investment, job creation and development, really what we all want to see more of in Sahuarita. And so financial incentive could be in the form of grants, loans, reimbursement, tax rebates. Non-financial can be in the way of expedited permitting, could also be infrastructure assistance. So the municipality or the local government comes along and helps with some of the off-site costs to that project. It also could be in the way of workforce training. So incentives is a means to overcome those barriers. So it's a means to close, if you will, the costs of doing business in an area. It's also a means to activate a development or several developments in an area that that community wants to see economic growth. It's also a means to help us achieve our economic goals sooner, right? And so you incentivize projects. Incentives are not entitlements, right? So it's not a handout, but it's a means to really drive a targeted investment And ultimately, that investment has a public return. So at the last meeting, Mr. John Palladini spoke much about the state statute and the give clause, and essentially what we call a two-part legal test. And you have to demonstrate, right, so that expenditure must serve a public purpose and have a benefit. So that's the first part of the test, right? Does that project have a public purpose, a benefit? And so for economic development, right, is it creating jobs? Is it creating wealth? Is it generating revenue for the community? Is that project going to enhance the skill sets of the local labor force by way of the jobs that are being created, right? That's the public benefit and the purpose. And then the second part to that test is, the consideration received by the public must be proportionate to the value. So essentially, we're not giving more than what that purpose and benefit is by that project. So it has to be proportional, right? So you can't give out more than what you get. So that's just a little bit of just a reminder of what incentives are, and we talked in depth at the last council meeting. So before we get into the proposed programs, when we look at incentives and start to think about how are we going to structure an incentive tool or a program, there's three things that we need to consider, right? So number one is there an alignment to the economic development goals for that community? In our case, right, the question for ourselves is there an alignment to our P3 master plan, which is our economic development master plan? The other way to look at it is, right, is this incentive going to help us reach our economic development goals? So there needs to be, right, familiarization with the economic development plan and its goals. And we'll get into that a little bit just to remind ourselves what those goals are. But essentially, number one, does the incentive help us achieve those economic development goals? Number two, what we need to consider is what is the public benefit, right? So is that tangible? Is it measurable, right? Is it benefiting the broader community? And so the incentives have to be structured in a way that there's performance, right? So we're not just providing an incentive and the project is not performing, but it's what are those performance and the goals that project is generating, and does it align with the incentive? And then lastly, the incentive should be evaluated like any other public investment. And so again, it's not an entitlement, but what is the return on investment? And like any other public investment, we also have to analyze what the cost benefit, the risk, but also what are going to be the clawbacks. So if the project doesn't perform as it's intended to do, and it's not meeting those thresholds, then we have to have cause to claw back that incentive that's been given. So those are the things that we need to consider when we're starting to pull together an incentive program. So this is just kind of a recap once again. So again, when we consider incentives, the question for us is there an alignment to the economic development goals? So just as a reminder for us, our economic development plan is pretty simple. In theory, there are three major components to that plan. Now, how we get there can vary year to year, right? That's our annual plan. That's projects that may come to our table. But ultimately, if you don't remember anything else about our economic development plan, it's really three things: people, prosperity, and place, right? So people, right, promoting the workforce development and talent attraction. I think that's what we all want to strive and achieve, is that we have job opportunities, and those job opportunities lead to developing the workforce and the skill sets. And then the other part to that, which really within the last 10, 15 years has been how do we attract more talent? How do we increase our labor force in the community? And so our number one goal on the economic development plan is all about people. The second goal is about prosperity. So prosperity really covers all things that have to do with growing the industry, creating jobs, and most importantly, generating capital investment. And then lastly, right, is place. And that really, at the end of the day, is developing, right, our community, of which then enhances the identity, right? We bring in investment, of which then leads to increasing the tax base and grows the consumer market. So when we think about incentives, right, we think in terms of, is that incentive going to help us achieve the goals that we have in our economic development plan? And those are 3 simple goals, right? 3 Ps: people, prosperity, and place. The second, diving a little bit more deeper into what we need to consider, number 2 is the public benefit, right? It must be tangible, measurable, benefiting the broader community. And that's looking at, right, does that project generate capital investment, but also considering how that incentive is going to incentivize the type of capital investment that we want, right? The capital investment that's actually going to make a significant impact in terms of the project, right? So think about it in terms of construction, scope of construction, the size of square footage, the size of acreage. We also have to look at it from a job creation, right? Not only the number of jobs that it's going to create, but also the type of jobs. So that's measurable, that's tangible when we're going to incentivize. And then also, is it a new service? Is it a new amenity? Is it going to improve the quality of life? So again, is that project or the incentive that we want to put in place going to drive the type of projects, right, that are going to bring the new services, amenities, and overall enhance the quality of life in the community? So that's the number 2 on the list of what we need to consider. And then lastly, what we need to consider is when we look at an incentive program, right, is evaluating, right, the public investment and benefit it's going to have. How do you do that? You do that through cost-benefit analysis. You do that through economic impact, right, assessing what that project is going to generate, so the direct and indirect. Many consider it and look at it from a multiplier effect. So for every job that project creates, there's a multiplier effect. And so that's the economic impact and assessment that you look at. The incentive, when we start to get into the specifics of it, you also structure an incentive in a way that, again, it's not an entitlement, but the incentive also has the checks and balances. And so what is going to be the reporting requirement and the compliance that project or that business will be required to produce, right, to demonstrate that the incentive has that public benefit. But also lastly, when we start to get into the weeds of the incentive, we need to consider the clawback provisions. We don't want to be in a position where we're clawing back an incentive, but that's what holds a project and or a business honest, is that they understand that there is going to be penalties if they don't produce and generate what they say they're going to do. And so it's very important for us to have that clawback provision. So again, those are the 3 things that we need to consider when we're starting to look at incentive programs. And then just as a footnote, before I get into the proposed programs, what helped over the process of developing these programs was a number of resources, right? So along with what we need to consider, right, what goes into the mix is the best practices. So over the course of the last few months, reviewing a number of publications, so the International Economic Development Council is a good benchmark, and they've put out a number of research and study papers over the last couple years about incentives. And so they've taken a look at what's best practice across the nation with different communities. And so 2 documents have been a source for staff in developing the proposed program, but also doing that comparative analysis and review of what other municipalities are doing by way of incentive programs. And then right now, as we speak, we are gathering some peer review from stakeholders. So I've had the opportunity to visit with our development community, which includes Rancho Sahuarita, FICO. We've also have gotten some peer review from the Chamber of Southern Arizona, which is our economic development regional group, as well as Pima County. And so we're still pulling together some of their comments and feedbacks, but along with best practices, doing the comparative review by other cities, we've also asked our stakeholders to give us some feedback. So
I know you're very involved in AED. Did we reach out to them at all? Because that's kind of the field they play in, right? And you've been very connected to them over the years.
Yes, that's one of the organizations that has we have connected with, and they've been very helpful in actually directing us to other municipalities in benchmarking through that network within AED. Yeah, absolutely. So just a quick recap before we get into the specifics, right? Understanding what we need to consider when we start to look at incentives and tools around incentives, as well as best practices. And so what we're proposing today in concept is really a 3-prong incentive program. And again, tonight is really to introduce you to these concepts, how they work, how they would function, understanding that we're gathering some feedback. We're going to be making some refinement of these programs, and certainly your feedback will be helpful this evening. But in concept, what we're proposing is a 3-prong program to our incentive, and that would be a facade grant, a business attraction program that focuses on the construction sales tax, and then the building fee waiver. And so we'll get right into it. Great question.
Can you turn your mic on
Yeah,
for that
mic on.
question, please?
And you just repeat it just for the record.
Are you planning on granting them all 3 of those incentives, or is it one or the other?
As it currently stands, the program is designed that a business could qualify for all 3. Now, again, this is the purpose of tonight is to solicit some of that feedback. But as it's designed right now, it's the intent is to make businesses, if a business qualifies, could qualify for all 3.
Because the answer would be depends, right, on what type of business it is, where it's located. You know, like a facade grant it wouldn't be an A-class new building that probably would qualify for it.
Right.
But it would be a C-class older building that we would want to incentivize. I think Sargent's up in Marana, that was one of the ones they qualified for because they really wanted that better public finish, on it, as they expanded. And there was some incentives. That's the one I can kind of think of. But.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, so as we get into the overview and the criteria, you'll start to get a sense of how each program is designed uniquely, but also there could be situations in which a project may qualify for all 3. And I think having that latitude could be beneficial right, depending on that project. So the facade grant, as an overview, right, the town may reimburse, so it's a reimbursement base, right, a share of eligible exterior improvements, right, costs for qualifying commercial and industrial properties. So this program is really designed for an existing building, right, either commercial. We don't have a whole lot of industrial, but maybe at some point in the future. But for the sake of conversation, right, a commercial building could qualify for this. And then when we start to look at the criteria, then we get into how, right, that project can become eligible. In this case, we're proposing, right, the criteria to be for a commercial building with the building age of 20 years or older. That's what we find, right, in most communities and markets where buildings of that age or older have more so of a need for facade improvement. Other proposed criteria is that there needs to be documented blight or just obsolescence, and right, that it's deteriorating to a certain extent, right? It's maybe sitting there vacant for quite some time, and so by just being vacant, it becomes a blight, right? And deterioration is happening. And then the other proposed criteria is that, right, it's, again, vacant or underutilized for over a year. And so, again, facade grant programs are pretty common in a number of municipalities, and really it's for that purpose, is to bring older buildings to design standards. It's to help older buildings address blight, or they've just have become not functional from an exterior standpoint. And so you have a user, right, that now wants to lease that space, but is having to do significant improvements, exterior improvements. Again, all this is in concept, right? But what we're proposing is what could be some of those eligible costs, right? So again, the facade would be available, grant would be available for exterior upgrades, whether that's landscaping, hardscaping, enhancing the streetscape, as well as ADA access and improvements. How would that work? Well, as of right now, we're proposing an award structure of up to 50% of the total eligible cost, not to exceed $100,000. And then there is some requirements on the user side for matching and demonstrating that they also have some costs into the project. So a little bit about the right eligibility. So things that would not be eligible for funding, so interior work, routine maintenance.
Victor, I think another are you supposed to be on another slide?
No, I'm going
okay,
off my notes now.
Okay.
Yeah. Just because I wanted to keep this slide a little bit more condensed. But yeah, in terms of eligible public costs, right, it's everything exterior-wise. So let's use Desert Sky Cinema as an example. I think that one is pretty straightforward. So, right, we have a building that's been vacant for a number of months, going on to years now. You know, it's now at a point where it's becoming a blighted facility, right? The exterior as well has shown its age, and it's not comparable to the other commercial centers and facilities that we have. And so, in essence, this facade grant could be a tool, right, that is utilized to help, right, the future tenant and user address some of the exterior needs that it has. So what could that be? You know, paint, signage, You know, if there's some of the landscaping, hardscaping that's associated with the building as well, and then ADA compliance, right, in terms of, you know, ramps from the sidewalk to the main entrance. So things that would not be eligible, again, interior work, you know, routine maintenance, you know, things that are just not associated with the facade. And so, yeah, and that's kind of the award structure that will be set up. So I'll just kind of pause there, see if there's any thoughts, questions regarding how this program would be proposed.
I think that was a good example, because, you know, it's been neglected,
Right.
you know, in many ways, right? So if we're trying to attract a new tenant into there, my opinion, getting that back to some reasonable standard or our standard,
Right.
you know, that we're very proud of in the community. Personally, I think that's a good investment, but I'm just one. Question? Yeah, Debbie.
So Desert Sky's a freestanding building. Then we've got, let's say, Leslie Pool all the way to the Dalton. How are we gonna deal with incentives for them? I mean, are we talking, we can update one suite, but all the other ones are still gonna look like crap.
So that's, when we look at incentives, again, we go back to the incentive itself will, you know, the applicant could be really any business. But when we look at the incentive itself, we have to look at it also from does it align with our economic development goals? Does it address some of those priorities? So it is on a case-by-case basis, but you know, the incentive, having it on paper, right, that tells right, the business community that we have this program. Now, not all businesses may be eligible on it based on what we want to achieve from an economic development standpoint.
That didn't really answer my question.
Yeah,
though.
but to Debbie's point, let's say, I was thinking of Goyitas, right? You know,
Right.
from before. So we have you know, Ashley's and everybody else there. And then that particular end cap was empty for, crap, 12 years or
Right.
something, right? So could that have been used to sort of upgrade, getting, let's say, a restaurant in there without touching the rest of the building, right? Because it's broken up. I think that's where Debbie was going to. So let's say if Goyitas had came to us and, you know, I'm guessing they would have probably upgraded or kept it up in a general way, but if it's empty,
Mhm.
if it's an end cap, they probably weren't investing in that as they were other portions that are actually being leased, if that might be another example.
Yeah, absolutely. So the program won't necessarily be just for standalone buildings. So if there is a user that comes into a shopping center, right, so let's just use Goyitas as an example, and this program was in place, Goyitas could very well apply for it, right? And again, it doesn't necessarily need to be a standalone building. It could be, you know, a shopping center in which, you know, we feel that there's merits to having that business in the town of Sahuarita and operating. And they could go through this program and apply for it.
So I'm going to open up a business.
Right.
We'll use that complex. Debbie's Delicious Cookies. And the town is going to give me a grant to redo the whole facade. But Tom's next door, and he's been next door with Tom's memory loss.
Which may be appropriate.
Exactly. And he's been there for 20 years already. And he sees that the town has done all these upgrades for me at no cost to me. He's going to come to the town and say, I want my business to look good.
But I think with that example, one is occupied,
Right.
paying rent, and here. The other one is looking, back to Goyitas, that thing was empty for like 12 years, right?
Right.
So I guess I could see the thought behind that,
Right.
because that's untaxable space, right? That's giving nothing to us. And mine would be very active. in my
Mayor?
memory, but-
Mayor, okay, so just to be clear, if you're looking at economic development, there's also business retention as a, in other words, if you have a business already here, you know, you can use incentive programs to help retain or expand their business. So, you know, it's not just business attraction, new business, there's business retention elements. So
Right.
in your example, if the mayor's store wanted to expand or needed some incentive to stay, then they can also apply for these economic development grants.
No.
So it's not a zero sum.
Right, no, good
Um,
point. Because in that case, you know, would it be the developer itself, right? That, you know, these businesses are going out. I remember the old Bashes, right? We had a lot of businesses closing. If we had had maybe this in place, right, to backfill and cut up the Bashes, right,
Right.
into these other ones, you know, the developer of the property, you know, I think that was Finfrock, I'm not sure, but they could have come to us and say, okay, now Bashes is going out, you know, it's an older building, we'd like to get new businesses in, or whatever it might be. That
Yeah.
could be a potential, right?
Well, and what I'm hearing is that, you know, this program should maybe articulate and have clear language that an existing business that's operating could be eligible. And so this is great feedback, because as of right now, the criteria leads you to believe that the building has to be vacant. But to Councilmember Morales, to your point, you know, there may be a business that we want to retain, right? And we feel that that business aligns with our goals, right? And so we want to provide a facade grant now so that this business can enhance their signage, right, or the exterior, so that it can draw people into their storefront. And so we could expand that language a little bit more, so that as people read through it, that there's a clear understanding that if you're a business in Sahuarita, you essentially could be eligible if it meets those criterias for this facade grant. Is that?
The issue I have is, I don't like the facade grant, only because I think that should be the building owner's responsibility to keep that up. The signage I'm okay with, you know, helping them with the signage costs and tinning windows or whatever, but the building maintenance should be on the owner of the building, because they're gonna be getting rent money from that. They should be keeping it up so that it all looks uniform. Because we come in and we make it look good, but everything around it still looks old and run down.
Yeah, but I guess where I would be in favor of it is, but if it stays old and run down, maybe it takes 6 more years to actually fill it. So if it helps to actually fill it quicker, I'm thinking from a tax revenue standpoint, I'd rather put something into it to get that continuing revenue, that the owner of the facility, or if they don't have the means, you know, to do it, I'd rather, you know, collect the revenue stream over the next, I just go back to Goitas, that thing was empty for 12 years. And if something like that could have helped get something in there sooner, we wouldn't have lost all this income over all these years. I mean, that's just my thought.
Yeah, and so, yes, this program is structured to drive, right, a business into a building and or a location in which has been sitting vacant for quite some time. So Desert Sky, right, that's a good example, because we can see that it's sitting there, and the user, right, could stand to benefit from a facade grant. Because now, right, the grant provides them the ability to make some of the improvements to the facade. Now, I agree with you, Councilman Morales, the grant should not be used for just standard maintenance. And so, again, right, things that are just standard maintenance and operation, right, that is not a qualifying expense. And those would be, as we get into the specifics of the application, I think that is going to be important to note, so that the applicant knows up front that it's not just because you failed and were negligent, but because there's a demonstrated need and there's going to be a net positive impact. So we go back to, right, looking at it through the lens of those three things that we need to consider, right? Is that incentive, right? So is this facade grant going to have, right, a return? So is it going to generate an impact, whether that's, increase in sales tax revenue, job creation? Is it going to eliminate or address blight or, a building or space that's been sitting vacant for quite some time?
And that's a good point of that, please everybody weigh in, because I'm assuming when we go through this process, not to be ended tonight, it'll come back to us to be voted on. So it's up to the majority, of us, kind of to weigh in. So when it does come back, it may not be unanimous on it, but Victor needs to hear from kind of everybody from, yes, no, or, well, it depends on how it looks, because I'd hate to have them go down this road and let's just say I'm the only person in support of something, part of it. I think he needs to know that, so it's not something that comes. Diane, and then Dr. Lesby.
I'll go. I guess a couple of thoughts. If we do have buildings that we're looking at that we're saying there's blight and this doesn't look good, would that go to our coding department to go and say, hey, bring this back up to standard? I'm not sure on that. You can think about that. I agree that it should kind of be up to the building owners to be in charge of keeping things up to date and looking good. Though I do view this as bringing in new businesses versus, even though Tom's Memory Care has been here for 20 years and is stapled in the community. No, it's a staple in the community. But, and so I can see how they could view this as unfair if a new business gets it. Maybe a question is, when businesses apply, who picks, who chooses, the winners and the losers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we start to land this plane a little bit, right, part of the administrative process is to create an application. And in that application, right, we'll have the criteria that business needs to meet. And also within that criteria, be able to demonstrate the need. So, right, so demonstrating the need, the impact that it's going to have. So on one hand, having, right, a facade grant, right, broadcasts to businesses that there's this tool. But not all businesses will qualify based on the criteria on this tool. And so this is great feedback, because if as a council and as a body, if you believe that, yeah, standard maintenance should not be, an eligible expense or should not merit the incentive, then, we make sure that we articulate that in the program that, right, it's maintenance, standard maintenance is not an eligible expense, right? So they have to demonstrate and articulate that need.
Yep. Diane? Oh, well, you were first, and then I'll go to Ed.
Okay, so I see a difference between standard maintenance, and supposing somebody's business is struggling and they're gonna go under.
You want to speak, please?
Well, just move it, yeah, closer.
Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
so supposing somebody's business is struggling and they're gonna go under, and a facade upgrade would keep them above water, and to Tom's point, generating revenue, tax income for the town. I see that different, if they could prove that, and I guess you could have business records that would prove that, because if it maintains a business being able to stay open, generate tax revenue, and keep the employees working, then that's different than somebody that's just looking for somebody else to pay their bill. If their business is doing well and they actually, or is above board and they have the money to do the maintenance themselves.
Yeah, I would be cautious if a business is relying on improving their facade to keep their business open. I would say that they probably have some underlying issues or problems just from a business management operational side. So if that was their basis of their application, we would probably engage with them through our Grow and Sahuarita program first and foremost, and understand if there's some challenges, because when we get into the clawbacks, right, there are going to be some requirements that this business will be upheld to.
Hey, Victor?
Right? Yes.
Victor, before we get into this next section, I think it would be helpful for the council to really just categorically think of this incentive program as a way to bring business into the community, not to retain business and not to help, the facade issue, right? This is an incentive package that we can consider in attracting and drawing in new business. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole about, okay, can this qualify for an existing business that's here and the facade is just like, this is bringing new business into town, okay? Can we focus on that? Because I think that, we've talked about this as staff, and maybe what we need to do is put a little more effort into developing this idea. But we have talked about a small business loan type program as well, where the town offers up a resource, and it's through the budget process, and through application, a business can come in and appeal or apply for a subsidized loan of sorts, where it's a better loan deal than they could get at a bank, but it still generates a little bit of an interest income, principal and interest income, so that the loan can survive multiple years. And as that loan is paid back, it kind of paves the way for another loan to be given out to another business that may need to get some work done on their facade, or redo something inside to some tenant improvements that would enhance it and make it better. We can consider that kind of stuff to help the existing business. But this is really meant to bring new business into town. Does that help if we categorize it that way?
Yeah.
Please. Okay, thank you.
All right. Ed, did you have a comment? Or then Debbie? Ed, and then
Yes, that's where I think I've gotten confused. I thought these incentives were for new businesses coming in and to draw business, and not to help other businesses that have been there already. This is for businesses who have not been there, but we're trying to get them. We're trying to give them a reason, give them the incentive to come here. That's what I think. And like, if the neighboring business doesn't have a decent facade, that's on them. But let's help the new business bring camera in.
In our own mind's eye, we can think of industries that aren't here that we would love to have here.
Yes.
Right? All of us We can fill in the blank, all of us, right? And our answers might be different one to another, but we all have these industries that we think of, wow, it'd be great to have that here as a community, right? And we don't have it today. The incentive program is meant to try to help us have a tool to draw those businesses here, okay? It's not for the 5th McDonald's, all right? It's not for, it's just not for that. It's a tool for us to bring that desired job creator or that desired retailer or that desired whatever into our community. That's what this tool is meant for.
Right.
I just want to put a finer point to this and what we're trying to accomplish.
Yep.
Thanks.
Debbie?
So I like your idea about the loan. I don't like the idea of us paying to redo somebody's building. That's what we're in the business for. I mean, all I want is a pool. And if we're going to be dishing out money to upgrade people's buildings, I don't think that's right, because he can turn around, the owner's going to turn around and sell it, and he's going to benefit from it, not the occupant. I don't ever go to a business because of the way it looks outside. I go to it because of the service inside.
Mayor, just so we're clear, this isn't all three of these incentive programs are intended to help offset the cost of a new business coming to town. So it's not the purpose of the facade or the construction sales tax or sales tax rebates or the other one. It's not to change the face of the building. It's to help offset the cost because they're going to do that anyway. So the incentive is the whole purpose of these economic incentives is to help reduce the barrier to entry to come to put your business in the town. So that's why when you ask, could somebody qualify for all three? Sure. If you get the right developer or the right business that wants to come to town, and let's say they want to use an existing building, but they have to do a bunch of infrastructure, a bunch of other work to make their business work, then they could qualify for at least two of the three. So the whole purpose is not to make the building look better. I mean, that's just the tool to help, but because they're going to do that anyway. So the whole purpose is to help offset costs so that it attracts people to come here, because if you can help offset $100,000 or $200,000 in cost, or up in Mesa, they're doing one that's like $7 million in infrastructure incentives. I mean, a huge project. So think about it on a smaller scale. It's strictly to help offset the costs for a new business to come to town.
And to put a finer point on it, like in the case, let's say, of the movie theater, that's why you have clawbacks and things, because there has to be a performance. We can't do a facade grant and all of a sudden they turn around in 2 months and sell the building. It has to get, the movie, let's say it's the movie theater, right? So you have to get a movie theater user in there. If you think about, let's say they wanted 50,000 and they came up with 50, right? Because it has to be matched. For me, it's like, how long before we've recouped that generation in tax revenue, which would be probably pretty quickly, to recoup that. That would actually go into our coffers, right, and build on that. So maybe there's money to build a pool at some point. I mean, 50,000 is.
And the other thing that's important to note is that, if there's a conversion of, let's say you had a movie theater and you want to convert it to some other use, there's going to be there's an added cost to that too. So all of the, it used to be easy. You used to be able to give somebody 50 cents on the dollar for every new tax dollar they generated. Right. You can't do that anymore. So you have to tie it to something physical. And as Victor was saying, there's a public purpose to improve the facade of a building. The law sort of recognizes that. There's a public benefit or public purpose there's a public purpose to have new infrastructure built. And so if you have a developer who's going to build new infrastructure, the public owns it. It's public infrastructure, whether it's private, water company or public sewer or utility. There's a public benefit or public purpose to that. because we had talked about this Mesa project, they're going to build $6 or $7 or $8 million of infrastructure. The argument could be, well, Mesa could just go out and do that ahead of time and then hope somebody comes and develops, puts this new development in. You do it the other way, the development comes in and you reimburse them out of the revenue they generate. But ultimately, that's all public infrastructure. So this is just to offset, the whole purpose is to offset costs to either attract new business. Sometimes some incentives you can use to retain, some you can use to expand, but primarily it's to attract new. And it helps. Talked earlier about the building code and how you want to compete with Oro Valley or Marana by not outpricing outpricing houses because of regulation. This is kind of the same notion as you're competing with, you name it, whoever you're competing with for business to come to town. And so so everybody's sort of fighting with these incentives.
Yeah, and I'm just going to add one thing more on this is, as we compete with other municipalities out there, these are common things. It's not uncommon for these types of packages to be also offered by Marana or Oro Valley or Maricopa or up in the valley, the Queen Creeks and Chandlers and things like that of the world. And so it's just part of the game that's played in terms of us being able to have appeal and attract. So thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Can I
Yep.
say something?
Sure.
Sorry, I don't know how to do this. I don't know if you guys see me or don't see me or lower my hand.
Well,
or-
Lisa caught it. She saw the hand raised, but you can always interrupt if you hear a 1 second of silence. Say, "Don't forget me."
Isn't the whole purpose of when we're trying to get more businesses in here, isn't it just better just to work with the future business owner to go, what is it that will take you to, once we know that they want to come in here, such as the movie theater, and then to really work with them and going, what is it that will help you pick our location to be here? I mean, instead of it just being such a open-ended or so specific, instead of, there's certain things I don't think we should be able to do, but there should be things that working with that business owner or that developer to bring in that attraction, listening to them, like what is it that you could, what is it that you would want the town to do that would encourage you to be here?
Yeah, and I think, and then Victor can, but I'll give it a shot. Part of it is that's how it's kind of been, but there's an unequalness, and also from our economic development team, not already having the tools in the toolbox to go out and engage with these, businesses. I think over time we've seen, and where it could be advantageous to already have these tools available. They still have to go through the application process, but I think part of it was to, sort of ease out the, the one-offs, from time to time, and the unequalness, for certain developers. If they engage with us, they get something. If they don't, they don't, or whatever it might be. So I think, Victor, you can touch off of that, but I think that's where some of this was developed off of, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Having an incentive policy in place tells businesses, developers that as a body, as an organization, we've adopted an incentive that we can use to market, convey, communicate to businesses that, yes, we support business attraction. It also creates uniformity, so there's a little bit more clarity, right? There's less of optics of we're picking winners and losers, but having the incentive in place tells, okay, I know what the rules are, I know what the structure is, I know what the town is willing to offer. And the intent is to be, it's not comprehensive, but at least, we're looking at not just one or being singular, but being, multidimensional by proposing a 3-pronged program. So
And what I would suggest is, kind of power through maybe
Okay.
some of the other ones kind of quickly.
Sure.
We can get some quick feedback, but obviously, any of us can give feedback after hearing it, right, to you and thoughts, because it's going to be, multiple occasions.
Can I just ask one more thing? So,
Yep.
Victor, I mean, do we have multiple businesses that are looking at this particular site that you're trying to attract? Are we trying to attract more than just the movie theater into Sahuarita? So, I guess I'm looking at trying to be broader, letting people know out there that we are looking for businesses, certain businesses, hotels, movie
Yeah.
theater, whatever, bowling alley, to come into Sahuarita. Aren't you, when you're working with them, aren't you sort of getting some of their feedback, like this would help us if this was happening, or if the town could help us, or, that kind of stuff? Isn't it more individual?
Well, part of it is we got stuck on the facade grant, and there's, other incentives, but because we got on the facade grant, it went back to the movie theater as an example, or Goitas. But this is just one part of the incentive program, so I didn't want you thinking, yeah, I would say yes, the answer is, we just haven't got there yet because we haven't got to the slide. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, so going back to, I think Shane made the comment, right, it's really from the business attraction lens, because the facade grant could apply to a particular business that's proposing to build something to locate, and, we might want to incentivize that building to enhance its appearance, right? Because it might just be a box, but we want that box to now have character, and so we want to incentivize the facade for that business. But yes, I'll power through the last two, and certainly this won't be the last time that we bring forth this item in the discussion. So just to quickly note the clawback as we're proposing, right, this provision within the facade grant. This is very strong language that they need to maintain, right, those improvements in good conditions over a 5-year period. And if any alteration and/or the business itself ceases to operate for more than 12 consecutive months, right, so they've gone out of business, then what we're proposing is that now that business needs to pay us 100% of what was awarded. So that's a means to assure that people are maintaining what they say are going to do. So the next program is we are loosely calling it business attraction, but it's focused on the construction sales tax. Again, all this is conceptual language, and it's up to discussion and/or feedback. But overall, the way this would work, this would be a reimbursement of a portion of the construction sales tax that's generated by that qualifying commercial, industrial, or mixed-use project. But also, this is very specific to incentivizing the type of industries that we want to attract. So what are those industries? Well, according to our economic development plan, we have several of them. It could be an industry in advanced manufacturing, right? So a company like an optics company, an aerospace defense company, a company that's doing maybe some precision fabrication that's supporting some of the other industries in the area, right? If that company all of a sudden wants to come to Sahuarita and they fall within that sector, then it becomes a qualifying project. Other industries that this program is designed to incentivize is in kind of the medical. It's also in the mining technology and materials, but also the other industry that we want to target with this incentive is destination, hospitality, and entertainment. So again, this program is, if we visualize, it's on the business attraction side. So we want to incentivize the type of business specifically that we want to attract, right? So if we think about a type of business that is going to offer now some kind of family entertainment center. Or if we think about a business, hospitality, like a hotel, or if now we get a business that's in the aerospace defense sector, then this program is a means to incentivize that and utilize the construction sales tax that will be generated. So what would be the criteria conceptually, right? If it's the construction or the expansion, because they might find, a facility to lease, but now they need to expand. So we have a square footage, right, that is a minimum criteria. We also have a capital investment. So they have to demonstrate that the capital investment by way of hard construction costs is going to be equal or greater to $1 million. And then there's also a job creation criteria. So they have to demonstrate that they're going to be creating jobs and that there'll be an average wage generated by that project. So what would be those eligible expenses? So think about it in this terms, right? This project generates X in construction sales tax, and that X is going to now be used to offset certain costs that project is going to have, costs that will be generated by them relocating or expanding to Sahuarita. So they can use X to be reimbursed for certain costs. And so the list here is in a conceptual list of what those eligible costs could be used to be reimbursed. So if now, right, that project is doing improvements in the public right-of-way, if now that project is making improvements to utility and infrastructure that's serving the public or has a public use, that is maybe now has a workforce development training for their employees and they want to be reimbursed for the cost of that training, then they can use X for that cost, as well as other features that provide a public benefit. So again, this program is targeting the construction sales tax that project would generate, right? That sales tax will be X, and they can now use that amount, that X, to be reimbursed for what we're proposing would be some of those eligible costs. Essentially, those eligible costs have to have a public benefit, public use, whether that's infrastructure or being reimbursed for job training. So I think, I'll pause there.
I wouldn't pause.
No pause?
Don't pause.
Okay. I think this one's probably a little bit more straightforward than the facade grant, because again, it's a project comes in, or once it comes to Sahuarita, they are within one of our targeted sectors, right? So aerospace and defense, mining technology, medical, and then hospitality and entertainment. And then if they meet the criteria in terms of square footage, capital investment, and jobs, then they could be eligible for that. So this is a little bit in terms of the award structure. In concept, we're introducing this, and there's still some massaging that this needs to be done, visiting with AC, our finance director, in terms of how we want to propose that reimbursement to happen. But essentially, there are some triggers in the last bullet point, right? That reimbursement really doesn't happen until construction has started and that they've reached certificate of occupancy. I think that's going to be where we land in terms of when they're awarded, and the timing of that is as post certificate of occupancy. And then the clawback as well, so the timing of that. So in paper, they're awarded the incentive, but essentially if they don't break ground or receive certificate of occupancy within 36 months of breaking ground, then that's cause to pull back that award. And then also failure to achieve the capital investment and job creations. So there is going to be that reporting that's going to be required from this business that receives the award, that they're meeting their obligation, of which if they are, then they get awarded. If not, then we claw back that incentive.
Well, by its nature, if there's no construction sales tax, right?
Right.
So you got to have that. You got to have A to get B.
Absolutely.
On it, or if you don't have A, you don't have B at the end of it.
Yeah, yeah. And then lastly is the building fee waiver. So this is a third component to the incentive. So essentially, right, for a qualifying project, we may waive essentially the building fee, and there's a number of other fees associated, planning and zoning fees as well. But essentially, all the qualifying fees under the community development would be, a project could be eligible to have those fees be waived. And again, that project would need to be a qualifying commercial, industrial, or mixed-use project. And then we can see that the proposed criteria, again, there would need to be expansion from a square footage, but also there's need to be a demonstrated capital investment by way of construction costs. Eligible fees would be town plan review, building permit, zoning fees, as well as what we're proposing. Fees that would not be eligible would be any fees from outside agencies. So during the plan review, right, there's outside agencies that may need to review that, and there's a fee that's generated with that. So those fees would be hold harmless. And then the award structure would be, again, having to meet a number of our criterias around that award structure. So there is a clawback, again, if construction does not commence, right, certificate of occupancy is not obtained, then we hold the right to be able to capture those fees. But also, again, if they cease to operate within 3 years of the certificate of occupancy, then we can also come after them for the sum of those fees.
And I've heard about different sectors, but I'd like your thoughts on if it's a Costco or a Home Depot or a Target, something that produces, one, we don't have, and two, quality of life, it's closer, it does produce jobs, probably not to the high-paying jobs. Is that exempt from this, or is it up to kind of us to, because I could see a lot of benefit for, those types of businesses that don't already exist, that are making decisions, like Home Depot went to Houghton, right, didn't come here. If we had something like that, that's a huge revenue generator, right?
Right.
So there could be benefit, but are we looking at those as well?
Yeah, so, this program, along with the construction sales tax, as well as a facade grant, could be programs that, if we're looking at a Target or a Home Depot or something to that effect, and they meet the criteria, they can certainly be awarded all three programs.
Okay. I just hadn't heard you mention retail when we're talking about hotel and others, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Thoughts before we wrap up? Are you done? Yes. Well, more to follow, right? I think you've heard some of the, thought processes, kind of weave those in to maybe the next, presentation. But I'm personally excited about it. My last comment would be, these are out there around us, and in Arizona. So if we want to be, my opinion, if we want to be competitive, we got to be in the game. And none of this money that we're talking about would exist without having the businesses opening and coming here, right?
Right.
So it only works if we actually have these businesses.
Mayor, and we'll take a look at that, that business revolving loan program.
Yep.
And maybe consider that as one of the items in the upcoming budget retreat stuff
Yeah.
that we talk
No,
about.
I'm in favor of that as well, because some of our smaller businesses, that would be maybe a little bit of that, difference as they open up and they go, oh, I didn't have this or that. but if I had access to capital, you know, that could be a very small investment with a return on it, with sure the same kinds of protections and clawbacks and things like that.
Right.
But I think that's a really great idea. Okay, everybody, all right, for now? Having no more further business, we're adjourned. I was ready to go to midnight personally, but I guess I'm the only one.